you can scan the QR code that we've got here. That'll take you into our social media to sign up to the whitelist. We're minting 1st of September, and we're really looking forward to getting more people involved in ReFi. And what we want to make it really accessible to everyone. What's really important to be able to scale something here is that we can make it really accessible to anyone. So we're creating this Catalyst collective from all these individuals that we're trying to bring in across all different walks of life. And this is this climate obsessed community that we're trying to build. I've talked about the scaling a little bit, but it's really a financial mechanism that we can help to drive more investment into environmental projects. So these are the projects that actually help to remove carbon, help to increase biodiversity. And so when we think about removing carbon today, a lot of it's about how you use the land, working with farmers to implement regenerative practices. Tree planting is a classic one that a lot of people know about as well. There's also marine blue carbon projects. So that's things like mangrove projects or seaweed projects, kelp, which is another one. But there's also this need to really scale non-environmental solutions as well. So deploying climate tech is something that we're very interested to work alongside as well. And that's something that we'll be working on. My CTO, Alex, Israeli tech background, satellite communications, ERF, etc. He's got a fantastic skill set within that space of how we can actually use technology, embed it within new mechanisms. So a lot of the projects you will see in the space are really trying to build on existing mechanisms. So, for example, a couple of very well-known ones like Klima are using existing methodologies. So these are the actual ways that you go and measure carbon, etc., and implement a project. We think the system is broken, so we're really focused on building new mechanisms, a new environmental market built on blockchain, built for a digital age, where you can use digital MRV, which is measurement, reporting, verification, to actually get more projects off the ground sooner, quicker, cheaper. But what this NFT project also helps us do is create this signaling mechanism, a social signaling mechanism for people, so they can identify others, around the world who share their values, share their purpose, who are really driven to help solve these crises, but are also looking for incentive mechanisms where they can be rewarded for investing in projects. So blockchain technology is really important because today the environmental markets, carbon markets, etc., they're very opaque. It's very difficult to understand pricing. I come from a trading background, so for me, price discovery is really integral, and that doesn't exist today in carbon markets. So that's something that we need to implement going forward as well. So Catalyst Earth is the beginning of this new carbon environmental markets that we're creating, running pilot projects at the moment. We've actually signed up a number of development partners, the guys that actually go and implement the projects off the ground. And we've got a couple of customers as well that we're piloting with. And basically what we're doing is helping them invest in these projects, which today they can't invest in. The really interesting thing is the lack of finance in the existing carbon markets. A bank will loan money for the land, but they won't actually help finance the project itself. So that's where we can step in, help them raise capital from a number of distributed sources, and implement projects faster and at a higher speed than what can be done in the current markets. So I'll just pause there, Tommy, see if you've got any questions.
Yeah, a few questions. Yeah, I have. You mentioned a financial mechanism to drive more investment. So right now you've got these pretty awesome looking cat NFTs. What are the other ways that you're looking to do it?
Yeah. So look, the NFT is a really important part of what we're building, and as much as it is about building a community in this space and helping people identify with others, the technology also helps us show to investors that we can, that we're comfortable with blockchain technology. We can develop these things. What we need to do is use that technology for physical underlying assets. So an NFT will sit above our project. So it sits above our projects, and then we can essentially fractionalize that for ownership. Now, what happens in carbon markets today, like I was just explaining, banks won't finance these projects. So who does? Well, often it's recurring revenue from the project developers, but very often you get these intermediaries, so traders, etc., that will come in and help to pre-finance projects for forward carbon offtake, and they buy those projects, the credits that are going to be delivered from those projects at a very, very steep discount. So we can offer that sort of incentive mechanism for buyers of these projects, where we will invest that money into real world physical projects that will deliver credits. Those credits will sit on a chain that we've developed, and they'll be incentivized and take some of the risk reward with that as well. Be incentivized to invest in these projects upfront early, help them bring them to market, where today those developers are lacking financing, and actually be able to take the upside if they were to look to trade out of those credits as well.
And you said you've you've developed a chain for that. What?
No, sorry, we're built on Polygon.
Okay.
Yeah, but we've essentially developed a token for that chain. So.
Okay. Yeah, we love Polygon. We at Metagame have our balancer pool on Polygon. Some of the other ReFi projects have been using Polygon because they are low cost, and they've also made a pledge to be carbon negative by the end of this year. Which is pretty awesome. So
that was the driving factor for us, actually, Tommy. Yeah, we'd been speaking to a number of different chains, L2, etc., and we're waiting for the ETH2 essentially. So we'll be waiting for a while, but let's see what happens in August. But yeah, Polygon fit the bill for us. Low gas fees for customers, and the fact that it's a very efficient chain, and the fact that they made a pledge to be carbon negative actually this year was what got us across the line.
Also, you said you're working with Toucan, so Toucan's already got the NTTs on Polygon, so that's pretty helpful.
Yeah.
We talked about it a little bit yesterday on the Regen panel, but with Vera's kind of pause of credits on chain, has that changed your course at all? Are you reconsidering Toucan or?
No, look, I mean, for us, this is a very early space. And so there's a number of hurdles that will come up, but actually it reinforces what we see. The existing methodologies. Sorry, Tom.
I was just going to say, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. The existing methodologies, they've been developed over 20 years, and they're very rigorous. They're very thorough. They're gold plated, right? You need large multinational organizations that want to go and offset the residual emissions. This is a good solution for them. But it's very difficult for project developers to do it. You need a massive scale to really make that a workable solution. There's a lot of people doing great work out there, on smaller land plots that can't access those methodologies today. But we need to create incentive mechanisms for them, and that's what we're building. So I think Vera showed its hand. It needs to adapt. They need to, and we're not against what they do at all, but we are living in a much more digital age than, the innovation just isn't there. And for us to really scale these solutions, we need to look at alternative ways to get good projects to market and create a market for those people, find buyers for those credits. So if I can give you a little thought here, I might just stop sharing if that's okay. But
of course.
The way I really think about it is that you've got these great developers working in almost a charitable fashion. So they're down this like low verification. They take a photo, they stick it on Instagram, like, here's me planting a tree. Thanks for your $5, your $10, whatever you donated last month.
Right.
Up the other side, you've got Vera, Gold Standard, etc. course here that have got very, very rigorous methodologies. But in the middle here, you've got a lot of space where people are doing great things, and often they're doing it out of their own pocket. No one's appointed Vera to do what they do. We need to find something that uses technology to improve MRV and to make us be able to get more of these projects to market faster as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how projects like yesterday we had Joe from Orgo and Trace from CO2 Coal kind of talking about that a little bit, on how to improve the MRV and keep people accountable and make sure that we're not double counting credits and all the what ifs that come with it, right? You mentioned that you created a token. Are you just using the NCT, or did you create an additional token?
Yeah, that's really for our second phase. So that's a work in progress at the moment, which we're piloting. We actually started out thinking, that there's enough tokens out there. We don't want to go and deconsolidate the market.
Right.
We want to work with existing players. So we are speaking with players that are in that space. We've spoken to Klima, our friends there, C3, etc., to see how we can utilize existing liquidity pools as well. But as we're piloting projects today, we need to create something that's essentially a mechanism to pass value along the chain between the supplier of these projects and the buyer. So yeah, that's what we've done. It's not really public at the moment.
Nice. You might want to check out also carbonblocks.co was on yesterday.
Okay.
They're working on a similar angle right now. Yeah, it just seems like we're all kind of forming this sub ecosystem of ReFi together right now, right? And figuring out how to do it. We mentioned yesterday because you were also part of the ReFi DAO hackathon, that it was a great collaborative experience, right? Like everyone's working together. We're all, like you said, there's an urgency here. So, it's not a competition. It's not like, let's get rich off of saving the world. It's let's save the world a little bit, like,
yeah. And I think we've all got to accept that at the end of the day, a little bit of competition is good, but it is a super collaborative space. And I think that's the difference when you get to something that's for purpose and when people see the bigger goal here as well. And look, there'll be fragmentation and consolidation and whatever. And you've got to pick the people that you can work with and create the most value with as well and have the biggest impact with. But we're super open to collaborations and to working with people as well.
Wonderful. And you mentioned being able to fund regenerative projects on the ground directly. Do you have a funnel for that? Are you using something like giveth.io, or do you have something else going on there in Australia?
Yeah. Look, in Australia, we've got so you're familiar with the voluntary markets and VCS, etc. Here in Australia, we also have an environmental market that's under the Emissions Reduction Fund. It's part of what they call the Clean Energy Development Mechanism, and those are ACCUs, so Australian Carbon Credit Units. They're only really good for Australia.
Okay.
They help companies actually. There's been quite a good ecosystem built up here, despite not such a supportive government over the last 10 years in terms of getting these projects up and running. But it's a very sophisticated market in terms of carbon markets, and that means that there's a lot of really great project developers in the country here that we can partner with. Now, our ambitions are global, as with any startup business like ours. You've got to think and dream big, but we've got a great base to start from with partners that we're working with here in Australia that have been involved in these markets for a long time.
Yeah, you've got a pretty big plot of land to deal with over there too, so you're doing your part.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this is really exciting. So your whitelist, you said, is sign up is now, and your mint will be the 1st of September?
Yeah, correct. So the private mint's 1st of September, and then we go out. I think it's 29th of September is going to be the public. So, so yeah, we've got a few weeks in there just to create a bit more hype, etc.
And what
But
are
yeah,
other ways we can contribute with Catalyst besides just signing up and buying the NFT?
yeah, look, one of the things that we've really found useful is how we can take these learnings from DeFi, etc., and just create these incentive mechanisms. So we've chatted to some really awesome people in that space around what we can do with our NFTs and how we can embed more value in them, how we can make them more attractive to buyers, and create something of value. And I think, as much as there's a lot of NFT projects out there that provide very little utility, and some which celebrate the fact that they've got no utility, no roadmap, etc. as well these days, which is brilliant in itself. But what I think you need to do in the current market is really stand out and provide something of value that people can get their heads around. And I really think that ReFi, if we all work together, can be a really leading example, because it's a great, like, what better way to show real world utility than things that are actually contributing to a better future. So if we need to get this message out throughout the crypto world, which is why it's great that we've got 2 days, I think, you've dedicated to this space, to regen, etc. That's awesome.
Yeah, we have 2 days, but we also have sprinkled throughout the whole 2 weeks. We have almost every day there's something regen, refi, just kind of the way the cookie crumbled. And we're congruent with the Gitcoin refi hackathon happening right now. We've been promoting everyone's Gitcoin grants. If you have a Gitcoin grant up right now, please drop it in the main stage chat. We'll shill it for you. Trace dropped a good cart of refi projects for Gitcoin last night, so it's there in the main stage chat. So if anyone wants to donate on Polygon, 1 DAI, I think for them, for example, the matching was $50 for $1. So $1 goes a long way right now for everyone. And
yeah,
you
that's awesome. I mean, more, as much as we can do around that, that's the best. So yeah, for us, if if anyone's out there that wants to learn more about us, jump in, get in contact. You can join our Discord, ask any questions, and we'd be happy to answer them as well. So yeah.
Amazing. And you had mentioned also that in October, I believe, you're going to have an IRL event there in Australia. Do you want to mention anything about that?
Yeah, absolutely, Tommy. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. So we're actually in the process of finalizing the dates. We should have those by the end of the week. But we're based here in Australia in a little, it's not really a little town, but a town called Byron Bay, which Tommy, you're familiar with, right? How are you familiar with it?
Oh, just world hippie travelers,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's that kind of place. So, so yeah, it's been a hotspot hippie destination for years and years, but it's really coming to its own, and we want to make this a hub similar to what we're seeing in other parts of the world, whether it's Lisbon, for example, in Portugal. You hear a lot about there. A lot of guys based in Denver, etc. But there's a real opportunity here. It's got a great mix of people that are very passionate about this space, very knowledgeable, and we want to bring all that knowledge and passion together and create a really awesome event. So part educational, part entertaining, musicians and talks and lunches, and yeah, it'll be a 2-day event. And we're really excited to get a lot of people there. So
awesome, really excited. Well, we'll keep an eye on your Discord, I guess, to find out more information about that, and your Twitter.
Correct. Yeah.
And awesome. Well, anything else you want to share with us?
No, I've done everything. Look, I mean, I just want to say thanks for having us here.
Yeah, thank you for being awake so late.
Yeah, no worries. We've got really big ambitions in terms of what we want to do. We've got a great team, and this is the first step. And I think this is a great opportunity for people to sort of invest in us and get this project running. We're working hard in the background alongside having this NFT project developed, but really moving on to what we were talking about and piloting these projects so that we can actually start demonstrating to the world that we can create a new way to really value natural capital and and incentivize investment in environmental solutions.
It's exciting to see everyone working so hard and for all these projects really sprouting up and hitting the ground running fast. I think it, like you said, the urgency is now. The urgency was a while back, but the urgency is definitely now, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
all the
exactly.
projections, 2030, 2050, 20, yeah, well, before it was 2020, right? Now we're in 2022. So
Yeah.
let's step it up a notch, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. And I think just maybe one last thing is like a lot of people are talking about what's happening in crypto and what the prices are doing. What I think is great about ReFi is everyone's just got their heads down. You know, they're just building, and it's true. And I haven't had that many conversations. I haven't had any conversations with anyone in the space freaking out about what's happening in the markets, right? Everyone just sees the bigger picture, and we'll be here,
That's a really good
in a
point.
few years' time.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Within the ReFi community, it's like not a whole lot of people are like, "Oh, bear market, bear market." It's just like, no, we got things to do. Keep going, go, go, go.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like my PA account's not looking that healthy right now, but when I think about what we're building, I'm really excited. You know, I think that the technology that's there, it's going to create a lot of opportunities when we come out of this, out the other side of this market.
I agree. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been great hearing about your project. It was really awesome meeting you within the ReFi DAO hackathon, and I know it's really late for you, but we do record all these so you can watch back later and catch everyone that's on after you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, thanks, Tommy. Thanks, thanks to MetaFest for having us, and let's keep in touch.
Absolutely.
Brilliant.
See you on Twitter.
Thanks, man. All right. Ciao.
Ciao. And up next, we're going to have Project Arc. Project Arc is a awesome project, also dealing with some ReFi NFTs in an exciting way, kind of meshing with the metaverse and the new buzzword that has been building for a few years now, despite recent name changes of some people. And we are, we're excited to share that. We have a pretty stacked day of different ReFi projects. We have Project Arc coming up. We have Doing Good. We have Hextera and the ReFi NFT Coalition. And as a reminder, Gitcoin grant round, hackathon round is going on right now through the 23rd. And if you pop in the main stage chat, you can see some links there to support different Gitcoin grants. Also check out MetaFam, Metagame. Our Gitcoin grant helps us to continue to produce things like this. We have a few different podcasts that we interview people on. We have our MetaMedia YouTube channel. We are currently building My Meta profiles to help further connect the Web3 community and bounty systems, questing systems. So support us too, so that we can continue to bring things like this to people and connect everyone else. And yeah, excited to have everyone here. Apologies for not having a video face to look at right now. We will work on that within the next couple of speakers, but I am this lovely image speaking to you from the Borg. Do we have a bogey here? We do not have a bogey here. So as we wait for our next guest here, you can check out metafest.metagame.wtf, and on there you can see a lovely website. There's an Easter egg hidden in there for an NFT, so dig around a little bit. It's a lovely website made by Luxumbra. On there you can also find the schedule page that has the Google Calendar link that will show you the rest of the events that will be happening. We'll be going again tomorrow. Tomorrow we have Life Live DAO throwing a global party with their streaming platform that allows you to dance to earn. So they've created a system that allows you to be a part of a party all across the globe, streaming and dance to earn tokens, dance to earn crypto. All proceeds from the event tomorrow will go to help United for Ukraine, and excited to have them on to offer and show their new platform that they're developing. It's pretty exciting. It's Dow out of Berlin. We have a bogey here.
Hey, we're still waiting backstage for the next guest, so I just wanted to come up and say we're gonna go on a little break till we get them backstage set up.
Okay, we're gonna have a quick bathroom break for anyone that's ending their day, such as Mitch here at 1 o'clock in the morning, or starting their day, such
Yeah,
as
have good sleep, man.
West Coast at 8 a.m. Yeah. Take a quick break, grab that water, grab that snack, grab that coffee, smoke, whatever you do. Hey, welcome back. So that was a nice break, little morning coffee. So up next we have Dorg. And Dorg is a full stack Web3 development collective, and they're doing all kinds of exciting things. We're gonna have Nestor here speaking to us about all the different ways that they've been supporting the whole Web3 ecosystem and what it's like to work with them and how they help coordinate and interface project management for many different community projects of Web3 and blockchain technology. Dorg's a collective of Web3 engineers, creatives, operators, and they help crypto projects accelerate their development and expand their developer ecosystems. So it's really exciting to have them on here. They are a backbone of a lot of people's work. And it's a privilege to have them come on and speak with us. Nestor's backstage right now, checking his troubleshooting any audio and visual difficulties. And if you want to join in the chat, you're more than welcome to chat with me on YouTube here on the live stream or in our Discord for MetaFest2 on the main stage chat. You can find the links to the Discord within the YouTube channel. You can also go to metafest.metagame.wtf to interact with our website, see the full calendar for the rest of the event. We have a almost a whole full week coming up. We have a few more days. We ended on 23rd. And if you would like to donate to any Gitcoin grants, now is a great time. It's the ReFi hackathon going on for Gitcoin. It's also the grant round number 14. So it's a great time to use quadratic funding, and even $1 goes a long way. There's a matching quadratic funding. So for many projects, you donate $1 and it actually gives them, around $50. That's pretty exciting. It's a great time to support all the projects that you want to see. You can look within the links on our main stage chat for a few carts. If you're unfamiliar with how Gitcoin works, you can also check it out. You're able to create a cart that is projects that you enjoy and then share that cart so that you can show to others what you're supporting and have them supported as well. So take $10 of something. You can donate on Polygon, so no need to stress about ETH gas prices if you don't want to do it on mainnet. You can donate on Polygon for very low cost, and your donation goes a far way. And we have Nestor. How's it going, Nestor?
Hey, all good. How about you guys? How are you?
Pretty good. What time of day is it for you?
It's a bit over 5 p.m. Yeah, I'm in Central Europe time.
Okay. It's about 10:30 a.m. by me. Well, welcome.
Oh,
It's
yeah?
good to yeah.
And where are you based?
Right now I am in Mexico and the Yucatan Peninsula.
Cool.
Yeah. And our last guest was in Australia. It was about 1 a.m. for him.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's pretty exciting to be able to connect everyone across the globe like this.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's great to have you here today. And we did a brief introduction of Dorg or Dorg, but I will pass it on over to you. Are you going to be sharing some screens with us? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm Nestor from Dorg. I mostly go by the name of Namaste, and I've been a member and the tech lead at Dorg for almost 3 years now. And yeah, and basically I wanted to talk a bit about Dorg and what we do. So we're a Web3 collective that specializes on development. We offer development services to projects, clients, startups that need development, and we specialize in different kinds of technologies, like all Web3 technologies. We do Solidity smart contract development. We do Web3 integrations. We work on multiple blockchains. So we have specialists in Cosmos, in Solana, Ethereum, Tezos, and so. And we also love to partner up with projects or protocols that we believe could benefit from a mutual alliance, and be like an extension of their core team, and like push the success of their protocol or of their project forward. So since I'm doing an intro about the organization, I will tell you like how is it to work there, how is it to be a developer there, what do you have to do to apply, and so. But so can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, great. So this is our website. We wanted to make it that simple for people to see who do we work with and what is it that we do. So if you go to the page, you will be immediately shown like the companies and the communities that we have worked or we actively work with. And then if you click right on top of one, you can see like what is it exactly that we did, and some tags, in case you don't want to read the whole thing. You just want to see like which were the technologies or the areas of expertise that Dorg provided for this particular organization or client. So as you may see, we work with companies, but we also work for communities and DAOs, like Badger, Gnosis, Polarab, and so. So I think that here, like our site, it has a bit of everything that's important and no more. So if you want to join us or you want to hire us, like this is the way to go, because if you click on join us, this will take you to a form, and if you click on hire us, this will take you to another form, and when you submit them, we automatically uh, get the notification or ticket, and we do check that like every day. We have like people all of the time attentive to our communications and contact. So yeah, I think that's like a good general intro. I could well go over into a bit of a breakdown on how is it to work there, and what is it exactly that we do in a day-to-day basis. But in case you wanna maybe ask something about, yeah,
I think. Oh wow, that was handy to be able to mute it on your headphones like that. Pretty snazzy.
I know, right?
Um,
Yeah, sorry about
not,
that.
no problem. I think it would be really cool actually to hear a little bit about how it is to work there. And
Awesome. Okay,
yeah.
so why Dorg and not like a regular web development agency, or why Dorg and not just be a freelancer, right? Or why Dorg and not like find gigs on your own and the development on your own, given that the crypto ecosystem is so open and flexible. Uh, well, our value proposition is that once you are a member of a collective, of the collective, you get all sorts of help in upskilling. You also get protection and assistance from legal counsel, financial counsel. You also get teamed up with tech leads and peers who are very senior and seasoned developers of the ecosystem. So you get the value added of being protected legally by the collective. So in case some friction happens with the client or something doesn't go according to the book, you don't have to deal with those situations on your own. Like you're not exposed as you are when you're a freelancer, but you're actually like protected by the collective. And I think that one of the biggest value propositions that we have is that we're a DAO. So that's what's the most special about Dork. Like, we operate as an agency, as a web development agency in the face of the public, but we handle ourselves internally, our decisions, our treasury, our decisions. What do we do? Like, we do all of that. As a DAO, we actually have our own token, our own reputation token. It's not for sale. It's non-transferable. It's just a merit system. And with that, we handle our voting on Snapshot, and we handle our decisions or execution in Gnosis, in Gnosis Safe. But we used to use Aragon, and yeah, like our decisions are handled by us. And you may say, okay, so if I am a developer and I am interested in the clients that Dork's working with, and I am interested in getting in contact with the seniors at Dork and being protected by Dork and being matched with potential clients according to my expertise at Dork. When I do enter, how is my day to day? So when you enter, basically what happens is that you get a profile built based on your expertise, your availability, and so. And since you can choose different flexible ranges of availability, and you can also like state your own areas of expertise, we would make sure that you get teamed up with a client or with a team that suits your profile best, and you're not forced to do anything. We just propose teams or projects to you, and you are free to choose like who do you want to work with. And once you choose a project that interests you or a team that interests you, then basically what happens is that we put you in contact with the tech lead of that project, and you take it from there. Like, you have a backlog of issues or a project board, or like the usual. And you may say, but that sounds a bit impersonal, right? Like, we put you in contact with this person, we make you a profile, and so. But actually, like, everybody at Dork communicates with everyone. We're very, very like a very, very active community on Discord. And one of the big like culture values that we have is that we're always in contact with each other, and if at some point we have any difficulty or any friction with anything, being work related or not, we tend to reach out to our peers who can help us. So it's like a community built as a DAO that operates as a development agency in the face of the public. That's how I would describe like the full process of how Dork goes.
That's awesome. So I have a few questions that come out of that. You mentioned being legally protected through the collective. How have you worked through like having people from around the globe, being in different jurisdictions, if you will?
Right. So how it happens is that when you hire Dork to do a development project, or to participate in the development of something, you hire Dork. You don't hire our builders independently. So
Gotcha.
if at some point like any friction happens, our legal counsel will defend us as Dork, because you're not personally exposed, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. In a similar way, do you do you help with people with taxes, similar to like Opulus with North America? They help do taxes, or is that all subcontractor, individual based?
Right. So we don't really get that far into helping people file their taxes and so.
Okay.
But we do work. But we do work with Opolis. Like we have an active development partnership with them. But we do have like our own, you know, council and so. But nothing like it's not part of a regular process to help people, you know, with that stuff. If you want that, you may reach out to professionals.
Right. You mentioned that you guys communicate a lot on Discord. Are you using? We had a whole tooling day, one of our first days here on Monday. We had projects such as DWork, Clarity, Bipso. Do you use any of these tools within your organization?
Yeah, we use DWork a lot. We actually came in contact with DWork very recently. But yeah, we do use DWork and we really like it. We think it really helps with our day-to-day processes. And how we found out about DWork is because they reached out to us in Discord and they made a presentation on our weekly syncs because we have a
That's exactly.
bi-weekly. Yeah, we have a bi-weekly sync where all members attend and we discuss on general organization level topics. And we usually have like a person who's external to the organization who goes there to talk a bit about something interesting or something that may be valuable to the community. So at some point, DWork reached out to us and we had them as our invited member to our all hands, and we liked what they showed, so we started using it, and we really like it now. So yeah.
Yeah, same. That's pretty much exactly how we found DWork. They reached out to us. We have a weekly community call here at Metagame. We said, "Wow, what's this?" Okay. They're like, "Yeah, we just whipped this up in 6 weeks." We're like, "Well, amazing. We're going to use it forevermore." So it's been interesting figuring out how to integrate that. And it's good to see more and more tools popping up like that. So
Absolutely.
when people join Dorg, do you need to be a full stack developer? Do you take all walks, social media people? Where's kind of the threshold for participation, I guess?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I don't think we have hard thresholds on what exactly do you need to be or do you need to have in order to join the organization. Like anybody is welcome to apply. um, However, like we do offer like some expert services. So if you apply to be a builder, which is the most common use case, you may have one of the core areas of expertise that Dork offers as a service, and that includes, um, you know, full stack development, or maybe just like development in general. You could be a backend developer, a front end developer, a Solidity developer, a Rust developer, whatever. We also offer design, so you could be a designer. You could be also a project manager. You could also be a tokenomics advisor or consultant. Um, and so, but also we do accept people that become part of the organization to help contribute to the organization itself, and not necessarily providing services to clients or
Mm-hmm.
partners, but rather people who come in and help us build a better community, hone our processes better, and an example of this is that we have that's called community or DAO facilitator, who's a
Okay.
person who has experience with how communications and how contact and how behaviors are handled at DAOs, and she's a person that helps facilitate communications, meetings, processes, so that they feel fluid cohesive, and so for DAO members. So that's an example of a role that we have that's not directly offered as a service to a client, but it's a contribution to us as a community. If you want a list of our open roles at the moment on the website that you're seeing in my screen, you can always click on join us, and it will take you to a drop down of open roles. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Through this whole event, and especially on the tooling day and next week we have a job fair. We're really trying to educate people on, how to get involved in DAOs. And for some newcomers that maybe aren't full stack developers, who don't know Solidity or Rust, or aren't graphic designers, it's like, well, where do I fit in? So it's exciting to hear, like you're saying, we need community managers. We need people that can help manage the Discord, that can, do all the admin tasks, that can create shilling materials, that can run the Twitter, that can, you need all these things, right?
Yeah, and something that I forgot to mention is that we do have public Discord channels. So if you, for example, are a person, like you said, like I may be a Rust developer, but I'm very junior at it, for example, or I may be someone who worked as an accountant, but I've recently transitioned into web design or something like that, and I don't know if I will be a good fit, or how's the process exactly if I wanted to apply, or what is it exactly that like what do you do, or like if you get encountered with a situation like that, you can perfectly drop by our Discord in our public channels. Like there we engage with the community. We have direct contact with the community, like you speak with ourselves as builders directly, and we do like release from time to time some upskilling materials that may help you in your TypeScript journey, in your Rust journey, in your software architecture journey, and so and so. And yeah, like if you are really like motivated into building in the Web3 ecospace, and you are excited about being a member of a community of like-minded people, like even if you are not like a senior developer, for example, you are super welcome to apply, and we may find some areas where you could collaborate with us.
That's wonderful. And you mentioned that you have a reputation token that is non-transferable that you use for voting and such. But what do you actually pay people in?
Okay, so we pay people in regular stablecoin, or in protocol or DAO tokens, depending on the engagement and depending on the client. So for example, when we work for Badger, we used to be paid partially in stablecoin and partially in Badger, and it's kind of like the team gets certain flexibility to choose what do they want to like get paid in. So you could select, for example, oh, I want to be paid like a lot in project tokens, because I do believe that this project's going to take off really high. So in Polyrap, which is another project that you may be seeing in the website right now, they actually allow us to choose from different stablecoin to wrap tokens ratios. So you as a builder get to play with how do you want to get paid,
Right.
So your initial question was in regards to the reputation token. So the reputation token does not replace payment, and it's not taken as payment for builders. So the reputation token is a token that we mint based on the work that you've done at Dorg. We have different criteria, but the most basic criteria is that when you work for a client and you get payment from a client for a milestone completed, for example, you get reputation tokens minted, and those reputation tokens you can use them to vote on our decisions, because you have contributed to the organization,
Right.
and to its reputation, and to what the community is building. But that reputation token does not replace like any part of your payment whatsoever.
Right. That's great to hear. And so it kind of fluctuates. And do you guys do most payments on main chain, mainnet Ethereum, or are you using some of these? I see that you're working with Near and Gnosis, and do you?
That's a great question, because we used to use Ethereum mainnet for almost anything, but we've recently been transitioning into taking payments in and handling transactions in general in Polygon also, just because the fees on mainnet were simply too high, but Ethereum is what we usually use. We're not like opposed or close to using anything different, or any other chain. It's just that I don't know, like we've been using it for so long and it has worked very well. So we may have no urge to move as of right now.
Yeah, don't fix what's not broken completely.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's great. Are there any exciting new projects that you're working on that you can kind of share with us that maybe we don't see on the screen here?
Absolutely. So we recently started another working relationship with Starkware, for example. We're contributing to their tech stack, which is very interesting. If you haven't heard about Starkware or what they're doing with Starknet and StarkX, I'd highly recommend that you check them out, because what they're doing is incredibly interesting. We're also working with Polywrap. Polywrap may not be as known as Starkware as of right now, but it will probably be, because it's a very different infrastructural solution. What they're building. I don't want to like get deep into that, but those two are probably the two most interesting projects that, off the top of my head, if someone asks me like, hey, what interesting projects are you working on at Dork, I'd say those two are definitely like super interesting to me.
Yeah, Polywrap's definitely interesting to me. Even you mentioning it just earlier about how it works with stablecoins. I'm like,
Yeah.
I need to look more into this.
Yeah.
Near's been pretty exciting too. They're doing a lot of different things right now, so it's one ecosystem I've been keeping an eye on.
Yeah, we have been contributing to Near for a very long time now. I think maybe even more than a year. I think, and it's been great. Like their ecosystem and what they're doing is definitely huge.
Yeah, and that's part of where like the Rust comes in, right? Because their contracts are on Rust, and
Exactly. Like like earlier when I was talking about like Rust development or assembly script development, it's mostly because it's what Near uses. But yeah, like also with increasing the popularity and usage of Solana, which I think also uses Rust for smart contract development.
yeah,
Yeah, we're definitely getting an increasing need
yeah,
of Rust expertise.
yeah. That brings up an interesting question. Are there any exciting projects that you know about that are working on cross-chain interoperability specifically?
Polywrap.
Yeah,
Yeah. So, like specifically getting into cross-chain interoperability, I think that as of right now at Door, that's what probably comes the closest.
Okay.
But something like working on bridges or things like that, I think that we're not actively doing that at the moment. We may
Right.
have done so in the past, but I don't remember. but what comes closest is probably PolarApp.
Yeah, I've been looking at things like Layer 0 protocol lately, and it seems like, the next big step is those bridges and that the interoperability and getting everyone to kind of play nice together and be able to bounce between, making a clean user experience, right?
Yeah, I think that's one of the key pieces to get even more adoption, which is providing a good, smooth user experience when it comes to interoperability, because it's very easy to get lost into the vastness of what's available. So definitely.
It's also
Yeah.
really easy to get siloed into the one that you found first, right?
Of course, because in that vastness, where that sometimes you're gotta be very careful. You may, yeah, as you say, silo into your known comfort zone.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's exciting. You guys are kind of everywhere.
I think that one of the best things about working at Doric is that we have an opportunity to contribute in so many different parts of the ecosystem and into so many different projects of different natures, that you really get a taste of very different things in a variety of of, of interesting projects across the ecosystem. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us. This is really great. And so the website again, do you want to drop it in main stage chat or
Yeah.
voice it right now for people?
Yeah, so it's dorg.tech. I'll drop it in the chat.
And your Twitter handles?
Oh, I think it's dorg_tech, but let me recheck that. I'm not very
Yep.
active on Twitter.
That's what I'm seeing right now at
Yeah.
dorg_tech.
Correct. That's our Twitter handle.
And would you recommend people going straight through the website rather than hopping in your Discord first? Like go to the join us and hire us is the best route, fill out the forms?
Yeah, I mean, however you want to do it. But I would definitely recommend people like going directly to our Discord, dropping by, asking questions, because sometimes like just filling out a form and it may feel a bit impersonal.
Right. Yeah.
But if you drop by on Discord, we may be able to talk directly with you and guide you into what would be the best way of you contributing or participating.
Awesome. One last question just kind of popped to mind. What's the typical size of like a cohort crew, like working with a client?
Right. So it really depends on the project, but I'd say that around 4 to 5 people are
Okay.
usually what's like the normal.
Mm.
You have one project manager and probably 4 builders. Out of those 4 builders, one may be a designer and the other 3 might be developers. A mix of software architecture, full stack, and smart contract development. That's like the typical use case. Of course, there are projects that have way more, like 9, 10 developers. There are projects who have just a few, like just 3 or 4 members.
Right. That's super exciting, and yeah, I'm very happy that you guys are around. It looks like I mean, it's obvious that you're making impact throughout the whole ecosystem.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a pretty stacked list of participation and collaboration going on there. Yeah, thanks for joining us at MetaFest2 here, and for maybe come back and check us out on the job fair day if you have a moment. That'll be on the 22nd.
Absolutely.
We have a little bit of a job fair going on within Crypto Voxels, which is kind of fun. We have some booths from different DAOs, and then we have a few other speakers talking about like CRMs and Dow promotion, funding, Web3 bridges, just different ways of connecting each other, right? Marketing. So we're really trying to give everyone a glimpse of the greater ecosystem that we're all interconnected with, but also how to get involved. Because, you know, for us that have maybe been doing it for however many years now, it's we've learned the language and it's second nature, right? But for people looking in, they're like, what is going on here?
Of
And how
course.
do I, you know?
Yeah.
So trying to ease that transition for people.
Absolutely. That sounds
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Is there anything else you would like to share?
I would definitely encourage you to drop by our Discord, because if anything that that we've discussed interests you, we'd love to have you on Discord and chat with you.
Awesome.
All right, thank you for having me. And
Yeah,
thank you
nice
for
to
the
meet you,
time.
Nestor. See you soon.
All right, bye.
Bye. Wow, Dorg, doing all kinds of stuff. Backstage right now, we have Hexter and our ReFi NFT Coalition. Jebrit. Oh, look at that. And he's actually here right now. What's up, Jebrit? Are you here?
I am. Good to be here.
Is Jebrit or Jay Everett?
It's Jay Everett, yeah.
Okay, Jay Everett it is. This is the first time that I've seen the text broken up, actually.
Right.
Well, nice to have you here today.
Yeah, thank you for having me. This was fun.
So we just had Dorg showing us a little bit about how to get involved and how to jump on client projects. This morning we had Catalyst that you might be familiar with from the ReFi DAO hackathon that we were all part of.
Yep, love Catalyst.
Yeah, I know you were there for Solar Sasquatch Crew, which is your image right now.
Yep.
And who are you going to be talking about today?
So today I wanted to talk about the ReFi Zone NFT coalition that's starting. It actually grew as an outgrowth of the NFT hackathon, the ReFi NFT hackathon.
Oh, wow, cool. There were a lot of ReFi NFT projects that popped up from that, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
So why not work together, huh?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. One of the projects, the Solar Sasquatch Squad, the one I helped with, literally didn't exist until the hackathon, so it was fun.
Which one is that?
The Solar Sasquatch Squad.
Okay.
Yeah, totally found it at the hackathon itself, so that was fun.
Nice.
Yeah, we can get into the specifics if you want.
Yeah, I would love to.
Awesome. So yeah, as stated before, I'm Jay Everett. I am the founder of Hextera Labs, and I'm lead artist for the Solar Sasquatch Squad. And I'm here to talk about what we have come to call ReFi Zone. So, as mentioned, the ReFi Zone started as an outgrowth of the ReFi NFT hackathon. Originally, we didn't really have an idea of doing kind of a DAO. We just it was just me and Sam, and as anyone who was a part of that hackathon knows, collaboration was really stressed and incentivized. A big part of it was not, getting siloed and just working on your project, ignoring everybody else's, but was to actually kind of learn what other people were doing and learn how to collaborate with them, which I think rhymes very well with the general ethos of regenerative finance and the surrounding spaces. So Sam and I were interested specifically at the beginning in kind of a ReFi universe or ReFi multiverse, like a shared narrative that ReFi projects could draw on, or at least, a few ReFi projects could draw on. And at the beginning, it was kind of a humble notion of just, could we figure out a way to take these sort of disparate projects with different art styles and different narrative ideas, different tones, and narratively link them. So our first idea was to try to link. So I'm saying Sam. It's Sam from Ecolabs and Artists for Concerned Plant Society. So it turned into Solar Sasquatches, Concerned Plants, and then ReFi Punks talking about, can we create this sort of shared narrative? So we all got together and decided to talk about it, and obviously everyone involved is very cool, very committed to regenerative finance, and it ended up that we discovered there were a lot more synergies in the idea than initially we thought. And what followed was a several weeks of really fruitful discussion where we kind of tried to figure out, how do we want to collaborate? We think that there's something here that's bigger than just kind of, doing some shared narrative collaboration. There's something that could be really a big value add to everybody involved, but we wanted to negotiate, stuff like autonomy, like, if we have something that we share, does a person or does a project involved in the coalition have to take part in that shared space or that shared resource? And the more that we discussed, the more we realized that we could collaborate in these really deep ways, these really beneficial, gestalt ways, without really compromising much in the way of autonomy or sovereignty over our projects. So we just kept negotiating and kept kind of thinking about, do we want to take this step to becoming more of a DAO sort of structure? Do we want to be a loosely affiliated organization, just kind of sharing narrative and hyping each other's projects? And it's funny because in the beginning and throughout the initial talks, I was very minarchist. I was very much not interested in like a lot of tooling, a lot of deep connection as far as the resources that we shared. But over time, I became much more convinced that there was a lot of value to be had in sort of linking ourselves in these deeper ways. Some of the things that ended up convincing me ReFi Punks, I feel like a lot of their team members had from the beginning this sort of vision of what the coalition could be, the ReFi zone could be. And it was, like I said, initially I was kind of a little skeptical of it, but they, every time I would bring up a concern, they had a very well-reasoned argument as to why it's actually not that big a deal. It won't actually be an infringement on anyone's autonomy, and it won't require much in the way of, adjustment for the projects involved. So in the end, we decided, we have decided to grow into this this sort of larger coalition that sort of shares resources and aids member projects in creating value and for our Earth and for NFT holders that take part. And we have a lot of shared resources that we're working on. Chiefly among them, and this is one of the ones I'm most excited about, even though it's kind of maybe banal for some people, is that we plan on having a shared Discord. And that's huge. I'm sure that most of the people listening and everybody involved in organizing it is probably in like dozens of Discords. And so I really, really like the idea of having, a one place that I can go where I can support a number of NFT projects and ReFi projects all in one space. And we have some people from ReFi Punks who are Discord wizards, and actually Sev from the ReFi Hackathon himself is a part of the coalition through Ecolabs. So we have a lot of people who are really good at Discord, and we have these ways to create role-gated channels. So basically, when you join the Discord, you have an intro channel for each project that's involved. But by taking on certain roles or liking certain emojis or whatever, you can gain access easily and freely to more of the channels from the projects that you want to see. So it's this really elegant, cool way of basically saying, we all share a Discord, we all share this resource, we can fight Discord fatigue a little bit, but we don't have, to inundate users with, a half dozen channels from every single project that takes part. Another thing that we discussed initially discussed and have now decided to move forward on is that we're actually creating Dow Tooling to allow people who purchase NFTs that are part of member projects to join this DAO. And the tooling that we've been using to test that is on Juno Network. And it's very cool because it allows us to basically offer to vest, to drip tokens. We're still kind of figuring out the specifics technically of how we're going to do it, but to offer tokens to people who purchase our various NFTs, and those tokens will be used for governance in deciding how the shared funds of the DAO will be spent, and will allow people to take part in all sorts of fun things that the DAO puts on together. So that was another really kind of interesting thing that emerged, that when they started talking about, having Dow Tooling and our own token. Again, I was very kind of skeptical in the beginning, but the more that we talked about it, the more it became this super interesting thing that we could, we could have our individual NFT projects, but then by virtue of just purchasing the NFT, you also get governance tokens in this broader, cool project that is doing very interesting things and sharing resources to make all of our projects more fun. Going back to kind of where we started from, the ReFi Zone will also offer kind of narrative services. So we have written up a pretty extensive and very fun sort of narrative or meta narrative for projects to try to link into, and nobody is forced to link into it, just as much as nobody's forced to offer the tokens. Nobody's forced to take part in the Discord if they want to have their own Discord. But we plan on doing these sort of really fun and interesting promotional materials that link to this sort of shared narrative. And I can explain that narrative a little bit later if there's time and people are interested. But and then we also are going to have, of course, like a shared fund. Each project, ReFi Punks, having now minted part of their collection, is leading the way in this. We'll have shared funds to actually, pay for fun events, pay devs, and basically work on things that will benefit all of us together. These sort of public goods for the DAO that we can fund collectively and benefit collections and also benefit holders. And then lastly, and this is something that I'm really excited about, and it's been kind of something I've been excited about since the beginning, is that there's only 3 projects presently that are taking part in the DAO, but there's one project, my own Hextera, which is serving as the pilot project for how new projects join. And then we have 2 other projects that are super cool. I won't name drop them because they have not committed to joining yet, but they're some of them may have spoken at this very MetaFest. That
Wink, wink.
Yes, wink. That are potentially interested in joining and have come to our meetings and talked to us. And so, sorry, getting to the point, that it being shared expertise. So we have devs with experience in Ethereum and EVM, Polygon, Cosmos. We have multiple different artists that work in different styles, that help create promo materials or to work together and bounce ideas off one another. Like I said, several people in the ReFi Punks crew are Discord wizards, and just having their expertise in Discord is something that excites me very much, because, and Seb also, anyone who took part in the ReFi NFT hackathon knows that Seb is a Discord wizard, knows how to do a bunch of stuff in Discord that I have no idea how to do. And we have multiple established Twitters to help signal boost for our project. So it's just very, very cool. I'm kind of going line through all this stuff because this is the stuff that excites my graph paper brain. But
No, this is exciting. Can I ask a couple questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think it's really cool that you're using a single Discord. Some other examples that I've seen of that in the past, I don't know how familiar you are with OneHive. OneHive has a system of swarms, which are kind of their working groups, and many of their swarms have branched out and became their own projects. A lot of things have birthed out of that. Here in Metagame, we also use bridged channels. So we have channels that are actually connected to other Discord servers. So when you type in ours, it'll send it to your other ones. So maybe after this, I can show you how to set that up. That might be helpful for you guys. We have a couple of Discord wizards here ourselves. And yeah, shout out to Sebs. Thank you so much for the ReFi DAO hackathon. That was obviously a great connecting point for a lot of us. The question I had though is, you said Hexterra is kind of the pilot for how to join. Are you working on like a standard of what the NFT project is or art, or like what kind of criteria are you developing?
Yeah, that's one thing that we've been talking about a lot. We kind of have two different ideas that we're going back and forth about, so I can't state like what the official position is. That's kind of why we are using Hexterra, as opposed to just saying like, yeah, Hexterra is cool, we like it, it's part of the project. We want to use it as a way to figure out our process with a project that we kind of, is a known quantity beforehand. But yeah, so we want to have a couple things. So we want to have some way to, either through the good judgment of token holders or some sort of bicameral structure where we have community leads, vet a project and then put it before token holders. Either way, we're discussing a couple different ideas around governance, but the idea would basically be, the project should have impact. It should be related to the ReFi space. There's a lot of cool NFT projects that do charitable work, but it's a very small portion of their funds, and then it's mostly a for-profit thing. And we're not particularly interested in that kind of thing. Like there's no shade, like not angry about it or salty about it, but just like we're kind of focused on the impact first projects.
Completely, yeah.
And then they can kind of just interface with us about, do they want to take part in the shared Discord? Bridge channel sounds like a super cool thing to have, like a channel that is in both the shared Discord for people who want to have the exposure of being in the shared Discord with that community, but also, don't want to have to run a whole other slew of sections. And then of course the big thing is that each project that joins will offer something to DAO in the form of either NFTs auction or funds after mint. So basically we have just kind of a shared treasury, and we kind of negotiated that there doesn't really need to be a standard percentage or standard amount by virtue of the proposal. The NFT collection that wants to join will signal what they're willing to give, and then the community will signal whether or not that's sufficient.
Okay, that makes me think of a couple of questions. First, I'll do a little meta shill here. So here at Metagame, I don't know how familiar you are. We actually have a meta alliance. So we have more or less a coalition, like you're saying, of guilds. We call them guilds or embassies with other DAO projects. So some of them are Giveth, Bloom Network, which you might be familiar with, OneHive that I mentioned. And these are kind of sister DAOs, if you will, that we have bridge channels with on our Discord server, and we support each other in different ways. We have a monthly Meta Alliance meeting where members of each of those DAOs come together and have a call and see how we can collaborate together. And so I think it's really exciting that you're doing a similar thing with like a very niche, I think it's important to work together, and I think that everyone comes out stronger. But you mentioned reputation tokens. Have those been created? What chain are you guys looking to do? What chain are you looking to pay people on? Like, where have you considered? You mentioned a Polygon, Cosmos, EVM. Have you guys committed to anything yet, or?
No, I don't think we've committed to anything in particular yet. I was actually looking at OneHive as a potential. I'm not the dev who's working on that stuff, but I definitely pitched OneHive. I think that they do some very cool stuff. I think that the person who made the Dow Tooling for like messing around purposes, like not like an official commitment, is a Cosmos dev, and it's stuff with the Juno network, if you're familiar. I can't remember the name of the tooling. Maybe it was Dow. I don't remember exactly, but yeah, we used Juno and Cosmos because that was kind of what they were most familiar with. But they didn't really draw a line in the sand about like needing to use any one particular.
You might. I agree with you. Check out Gardens on Gnosis with OneHive. They have a really great system for governance, and it's yeah, maybe explore that option a little bit. It could be useful for you too. Have you guys created a DAO on any sort of platform like DAO House, or you mentioned Cosmos or Polygon? Are you doing an Aragon, or have you guys set up any sort of thing like that yet? Or
yeah, we had a DAO, if you're familiar.
Okay.
Which I'm pretty sure that's what it's called, and it was on. It was it was actually, I say it was a test, but it was actually on the live network, and we were using real Juno to mess around with it. But the gas fees are extremely low, so we were able to mess around with it for very little overhead. But yeah, that's still something I'm definitely interested in talking about negotiating. But yeah, Gardens seems very cool. I've looked into them, and I actually pitched them in the past as a potential alternative to DAO.
Yeah, I think Gardens is a really up and coming, like great project, and being on Gnosis, low cost, low fees. It's kind of the chain of DAOs in a sense at this point. So, but as you mentioned, like these are all things that you were kind of at first almost hesitant about. Like, wait, we're going to create a token. Wait, we're going to be a collective. But the more and more that we hear from guests, even Dorg before this, like that's kind of where everyone's going, right? Reputation token, working together in coalitions, working together in alliances, and it's really exciting to see all the collaborative efforts that are happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so you said you're working on the proposal process, I guess we'll say, for how to join. Do you have any kind of timeline on when that will be? Like, when can I may or may not have a project that I would love to propose to you? Wink, wink.
Yeah, so we're soft launching on the 25th of this month. So that's when the ReFi Punks Discord is going to switch over to being the ReFi Zone Discord. We already have the Acre NFT Twitter has switched over to being our ReFi Zone Twitter. So we're going to kind of hit the ground running. The 25th is when we'll soft launch.
Okay.
I think that I'm going to push for, since I was the one who wrote the initial governance proposal as far as like how we could admit new projects. I think that I'm going to push very hard for us to have a process like available for people to check out and to try before the 25th or by the 25th. So prior to launch, it should be possible for people to get involved and start pitching and take part.
And that's the 25th of this month.
Yes, June. Yeah.
1 week from today. That's exciting.
Yeah.
Are you
get the launch, but we keep putting it off a little bit, and 25th is when we finally decided this last meeting.
Are any of your projects or the coalition participating in the Gitcoin ReFi Hackathon or the Gitcoin grant round that's going on right now?
Not at present. No, we plan on we wanted to take part in GR14, but we ended up not being able to get our stuff together well enough. We put up kind of a unique proposal, but we didn't have a Discord at the time to point to or Twitter at the time to point to. So they were like, come back with something more established and we'll think about it. So we want to take part for GR15 maybe, but we don't have anything up there right now, unfortunately. But shout out to CO2 Cult. They're super dope, and I know they have a.
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to CO2 Cult, and Trace actually dropped a whole cart in our Discord and main stage chat. He dropped a whole cart of different ReFi projects that you could go throw some donations at. So that'd be great.
Yeah, I already pitched in 21 different projects, and I think I'll probably have to do another round because there was a bunch I missed.
Yeah, me too. Which is great, you know. It's like, oh, I threw $50 at these projects that hopefully is going to turn into, you know, $50 each for them.
I mean, when you see all the stuff that came out of Gitcoin, you know, it's exciting to think that you might be supporting something that will be the next, you know, Uniswap or whatever happens to be, you know.
Right. And is Solar Sasquatch still going strong?
Well, absolutely, yeah. Actually,
Mhm.
just finished all the art, and we're working on the contract still, and getting our social media together and all that stuff. Yeah, Solar Sasquatch Squad will be one of the founding members of the ReFi Zone, and yeah, it's very exciting.
Very awesome. And is there anything that you guys are looking for right now? Any people or support or contributors to help get ReFi Zone up and running?
You know, I had not considered that, but honestly, like, you know, anyone who just vibes with the project, thinks it sounds cool, should get in touch with us. I'm sure that any and all skill sets are welcome. We've been kind of had our heads in the sand figuring out everything, so we haven't
Right.
actually think about what we might be useful for us, but I'm sure that, you know, there's lots of skill sets that we would love to include.
And where's the best place for people to poke at you and check in?
Yeah, you can reach out to me either on the Hexterra Twitter or the ReFi Zone Twitter. Either of those are good places to message us. Where else?
Cool. Can you
Ecolab.
do you want to drop those links either here in this room chat or in our Discord? Is a great place too, in the MetaFest Discord.
Okay. Yeah.
That way we're kind of got a running list of links for people to plug into. Part of this whole event is just creating a overwhelming amount of information for people to sift through, right? A pleasantly overwhelming amount of information. I'm really excited about the ReFi Zone. It sounds really cool. I like the way that you guys are working together. You know, it's not that common so far for artistic NFT projects to collaborate. Everyone's kind of cutthroat, right? So it's nice to see that not only are you on the ReFi side of things, but your NFT projects that are working together and sharing funds and sharing resources. That I think that's the way that we're all working towards, ideally.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the interesting things that was kind of apparent to us in Sasquatches, and it was just this notion that in the ReFi space, we're really focused on collaboration and positive sum games. But then when we were thinking about our project succeeding, there was this like notion that like we were in competition with one another. And I really like the idea that ReFi Zone kind of turns it on its head, that like by virtue of all of this synergy occurring between us, you know, one project gaining hype brings attention to the other members, and you know, resources shared makes all of us stronger. And instead of like wanting another project to succeed or wanting to succeed in spite of, you know, some other project succeeding, now we kind of celebrate one another's success and hope that each of us will do well.
Absolutely. I agree. Do you guys have any sort of website coming up for ReFi Zone or?
Yep. Yeah. Watch for if there's a ReFi Zone Twitter now. I just posted in the chat my Hexterra link, just because that's an easy way to get a hold of me if you want to like interface. But
okay.
The 25th, the Discord is going to go live. Go hop on the ReFi Punks Discord if you want to be on there already, because that's what's going to switch over to being the ReFi Zone Discord.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have a website that's going to launch, if not on the soft launch date, then probably shortly after.
Okay. And do you have a Discord invite link for the ReFi Punks?
Yeah, let me look for it. I'll probably actually have to pop. I don't have Discord open right now. I'll have to pop that in the mix too.
No worries. You don't have to do it in this moment, but yeah, feel free to share it in the MetaFest2 Discord. It will be helpful for people. Yeah. Anything else that you want to mention about this? You covered a lot of ground, and I'm super impressed and excited with what you guys got going on.
Well, I just want to say thank you for having me. Obviously, like I'm sure you've gotten the sense that I'm involved in a lot of projects, have my hand in a lot of stuff, and I'm excited to collab with people and work with people, and very happy to have been invited to take part in this.
You need some Sasquatches with like their fingers and a bunch of pies, or
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. It's really cool to see what you guys are doing and see the extenuation of the community that came out of ReFi DAO Hackathon and other places all coming together and making new stuff happen. Yeah, I mean, we already on this day alone here at MetaFest, we have Catalyst that launched us off or started us off, and Mitch was with us at the hackathon, and I myself was there with Revesture, and our stream master right now doing all the smoky mirrors in the background was also part of our hackathon crew. So
Very cool.
Yeah, very cool.
All right, yeah. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Talk to you soon. And it's always great to see people working together, trying to bring each other up. Up next, we have Doing Good, which some of you might be familiar with. It's a great NFT project. It's more than an NFT project. If you want, you can check out at doinggood.com, DOINGUD.com. And we are just waiting for Manu here to check in backstage. But Doing Good is about a community-owned and curated collections for positive social impact. So it's all about doing good. Go figure. And tomorrow, actually, we have Life Live DAO that will be doing a party with us. And I was a part of the Life Live DAO party that they did with you guys, Manu. Welcome.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
Are you gonna be sharing a screen with us?
Yes, I'm actually going to share my screen and show you a little bit about what we're building and where we're going.
Awesome. Well, I will just step aside and let you. I kind of did a brief introduction while you were coming in. So.
All right. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Thanks for having me.
All right. I'm just going to share my screen. Can you see it? Are you guys able to see it?
Yes. Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I see you in infinity. It's great.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. All right. So yeah, again, thank you so much to the Metagame fam for having me here. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about Doing Good, what we're building. And for those that don't know, I'm just also going to explain a little bit about what we're up to. So yeah, Doing Good, we say that we're empowering meaningful creation and that we won't stop working until every expression of human creativity builds a better world. So what does that mean? As we all know, in the internet, we are able to express ourselves in many different ways. We have the opportunity to share text. We have the opportunity to share music, videos, pictures, and even 3D objects or objects for the metaverse. So imagine that any form of expression that we have on the internet has the possibility of making an impact and providing funds for public goods, for providing funds for let's say nonprofits, NGOs, and for people that are doing social work. So yeah, we saw this last bull market, how NFTs were being used for funding social impact, and we saw that NFTs instead of only being a way of signaling or showing showing off that you're wealthy, or basically flexing what you have bought. we also saw that NFTs were being used for good. And we saw, for example, Gitcoin that raised over $3 million using the Moonshot bots. The Carbon Drop raised over $6.6 million for the Open Earth Foundation. We saw also Assange DAO that raised over $53 million to support Assange, and also the one from Snowden, over $5.5 million to support the Freedom of Speech of Press Foundation. And even like political problems are happening around the world, like Ukraine. We saw that the Ukraine flag was auctioned, and basically raised over $6.75 million to support what's happening in Ukraine. So we decided to start with creating a social media and an NFT marketplace that is going to be community owned and community curated. And you can have any type of media, let's say art, music, videos, PFPs, 3Ds, metaverse objects, basically anything. And I'm gonna show you very quickly what he said about, so you have an idea. Here, I'm just gonna go to doing good. Right now, I'm gonna be connected with the ETH Barcelona account. We're currently helping sell all these tickets for ETH Barcelona. I'm just gonna quickly show you how they look like, so you have an idea. What we did here was we created a product for selling tickets in the form of NFTs. And then we realized that many events, they're using NFTs as a way for you to go to an event, but there's a problem. Most of these NFTs are basically unlocking you a QR code most of the time. But the thing is that once you are inside the event, people that are inside the event, they can sell their NFTs for people that are outside of the event. And maybe those people that are outside of the event, they think that the NFTs is legitimate and that is going to allow them to access the event, but the QR code has been already used. So there's a lot of scams happening with this type of NFT ticketing platform. So what we decided to do was create a way for people to claim NFTs. So the way that it would work, it would be the following. I'm gonna just share. There you go. So when you come to the website, to the ETH Barcelona website, you will see the tickets there. And if you have bought, you can, and you connect your wallet, you'll see that it will say that you can redeem your ticket. So it will tell you the NFT number that you have. And when you claim it, the way that it will work is that you'll burn your NFT. And once you burn it, you will get a QR code. And the QR, and in this, once you're claiming it, you put your full name, and this is for verifying the identity. Once you enter the venue, and then the display name, which is basically the name that you're gonna have in your lanyard. If you want to be, anonymous, or like if you don't want to show your real name, and then your email for receiving notifications and so on. And then after that, you will receive a QR code. And that QR code will be the way that you get into the event. And you can download that, you can email it, you can print it, and so on. So like that, basically, people are not going to be able to sell that NFT once they enter the venue. Once this NFT is scanned, and the way that it's going to be scanned is by someone within the ETH Barcelona team that will have, let's say, they will have an NFT in their wallet that will say, this is an event organizer. That's the event organizer NFT. And by having that event organizer NFT, you will be able to validate when someone comes into the event. So you're able to scan this QR code. Once you scan the QR code, you'll see a check mark appear. And then after that, basically there will be airdropped another NFT, basically that shows that the person has come to the event. And this is what we're doing with ETH Barcelona. But also, I just want you to show you how currently the platform works. Here you see like the revenue that this specific account has generated. And here you have the created NFTs, the collected, the social causes that are being supported, and the impact that is generating. In this specific account, as you see, all the money that it has generated, 5% has gone to another account. This account is the ETH Barcelona donations. And there's $9,000 already here. Also, the Ethereum Foundation is going to put around $10,000. And what's going to happen is that we're going to have a page, a quadratic funding page at the event. And people that have the NFT saying that they visited the event, they will be able to vote and decide what are the different social causes that can receive money at the event. And yeah, here on Doing Good, you can see, okay, this specific account is making impact. They donated 5% to this specific social cause. And here you will have all the different social causes that you're supporting with all the different creations. And you can see where in the world that impact is being made. In this specific case, Spain. Also, I want to show you how it looks like when you're uploading something. So you can, as I previously mentioned, you can upload pictures, music, videos, and even 3D objects. So let's say that you want to upload my profile picture. Here, what's happening is that it's being uploaded to IPFS and also to the Ceramic network. And actually, I forgot to show you guys something pretty cool. I'm just gonna disconnect. When you disconnect, I'm just gonna up. There you go. When you disconnect, basically you can connect with your MetaMask wallet, with your wallet connect, or with your email. Let's say that you're connecting with your MetaMask wallet. You connect your DID, which is using the Ceramic network. And then after that, you're actually able to start creating. I'm just gonna go to the draft that I started to upload, and then I changed my, I disconnected my wallet. And now I'm just gonna write here test in the title, test in the description, tags, maybe test. Also, I'm just gonna add ETH Barcelona as well. And I'm just gonna have a social cause. And here I can see my favorites. But also, let me just go quickly to the ETH Barcelona profile. If I go to the social causes, I can browse social causes, and I can say, okay, I want to browse social causes that are attached to not poverty, to gender equality. Actually, in this account, I have selected all of them, and I can just browse the directory, and then I can see all the different social causes that are supporting one of the Sustainable Development Goals by the United Nations. Let's say that, yeah, I can even select one as my main cause if I want to. Or I can just bookmark them and save them, and they will be within my profile. But yeah, let's go back to the upload flow so you guys have an idea. Oh, actually, everything got deleted as I didn't save it. Yeah, let's write test here. And then the social cost, let's say I want to support Ukraine. One social cause that is supporting Ukraine. The United Help one is a 501c3 in the US that is funding Ukraine. Let's say the changes there. And then I can create a splits. I'm going to create a split with myself, with my other accounts. And then I save changes. And then I go to cell settings. And I can say, okay, what is the percentage that everyone is going to be getting? And actually, let's say that I can add another wallet if I want to create. I can add an Ethereum address if I want to. And let's add one of the other co-founders of Doing Good as well, Andrew Klein here, and one of the persons that is leading the community effort, Mel Vera. And I save settings, sell settings, and then here it says the creator's profits is going to be 95%. And I can say, okay, actually, I want to give to United Help. I want to give 20% if I want. And then as you see, the creator's profit is going to be 80. So I can decide, okay, for this account, it's going to be 45%. I lock that in. And then I say, okay, for Manu, it's going to be 25 and so on. And then I can basically play with the whole thing and decide what is the split between all the different collaborators. And this is in the primary market. And also I can decide what is going to be the split in the secondary market. Let's say that we want to give 10% to United Help, Help Ukraine with every transaction that happens in the secondary market. Then if I want to put a price, I can put a price, but I don't need to. I can just come and publish. And when I just publish, basically what's happening is that we're doing kind of like lazy minting using the Ceramic network again, in order for this to be, let's say, in a decentralized manner. because usually when you're doing lazy minting, it's not really decentralized. It's on a centralized server. In this case, it's not on a centralized server. It's on Ceramic network that is controlled by the user. And yeah, you can submit this piece of art, let's say, to a pool, and that pool is only accessible by curators. And I'm going to show you how that looks like as well. And yeah, also you can just come and put the sell settings and decide, okay, I want to sell this profile picture for $1,000, and you can see what is the split between everyone. The creators are going to get 800, the United Help is going to get 200, and so on. And you can see the split between all the different participants. I'm not going to do that because this is actually not in testing environment. This is in production. Actually, I'm just going to delete this. And yeah, because the NFT hasn't been bought, and meaning that it hasn't been really minted, I can delete it. And I can have, let's say, that flexibility. Also, one of the things that we're doing is that we are enabling communities to also come and curate together with us. So, for example, with the ETH Denver Art Gallery and also the Gitcoin Solar Punk exhibition. And here you have, if you see, it says Doing Good Gallery. And it's because we haven't activated yet the permissionless galleries. Once we have our token out, you'll be able to create your own gallery and start making proposals to creators. And the proposals that you make to creators basically are completely on chain. So you see a piece of work and you say, when the piece of works are in the curation pool, you can come and say, hey, I like this piece. I want to have it in my gallery, and I'm going to charge 10% for having that in my gallery if I sell it. And I'm going to do all the marketing, and I'm going to promote it, and so on. So like that, there can be transparency with real galleries. As you know, in the traditional market, usually galleries, they're very opaque. And also they tell artists, yeah, we're going to charge you 50%, but they hide a lot of fees. They hide a lot of things. Here, the idea is that it's completely transparent. What is the percentage that the galleries are going to be getting? What is the percentage that the creators are going to be getting? And also, what is the percentage that the social costs are going to be getting as well? As you know, many NFTs that are selling out right now, they say that they're going to be donating 10% or 20% to a social cost. But how do we know that they're actually doing that if they're not doing it on chain? So yeah, that's one thing that we're going to enable here. Instead of doing Go Gallery, for example, there will be Gitcoin DAO that is curating all of that. Also, you have the opportunity to explore, let's say, different NFTs. As you can see, there are some NFTs that are being given out completely for free. And these creators are trying to establish, a collection, a collector's base. And they're just giving these NFTs out for free. And they will be able to create pieces later on that say, you can only buy this NFT if you have in your wallet this previous NFT. Or you can also create, let's say, some rules and gamify the whole experience. And that's basically what we have live right now. Also, as I mentioned before, you are able to have 3D objects, like, let's say, objects that you can bring to the metaverse. And I'm just going to show you how they look like so you have an idea. Yeah, so essentially you can just have interactive assets and play around with them and so on. And they can have unlockable content that you can bring to your metaverses and so on. And yeah, everything that I'm showing you, we have live. I also want to show you where we're going. And I'm just going to do that very quickly so you have an idea. Here, I'm going to show you our, let's say, concept is that we want creators to come to the platform. And even if they don't have any blockchain experience, that they can start publishing and that they can start creating, let's say, a user base, basically by collecting their pieces completely for free. One of the things that we're also going to do is that we're going to enable creators, and I see that this is not loading yet, all the images, probably they will do in a second. But yeah, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to enable creators to select the network that they want to publish their work. So maybe, let's say if you are selling an NFT for $50, maybe you want to have it on Polygon. Maybe if you're selling for $10, maybe you want to have it on Optimism. Or if you're having thousands of dollars of pieces, maybe you want to sell them on Ethereum. So becoming kind of like a primary market aggregator and enabling, you know, creators to come to the Doing Good platform, which is basically kind of like a social media platform, to publish whatever they want, and yeah, enable them to have the whole user flow within one place. Usually, creators, if they want to sell NFTs, they usually need to launch their own contract or go to a specific website and allow people to mint from that specific website, and then the secondary market happens somewhere else. So here we want to have the whole user flow from publishing to reselling all in one place, and also distributing the funds to social causes, and being able to display within your profile, being able to say, yeah, I'm creating impact, and here is my impact. Here is like all the money that I have donated, and where they're going, and where is it going, and to all the different social causes and so on. So yeah, basically this will be let's say a way for us to gamify the whole experience of giving. And also another thing that is going to happen is that you as a creator, if you have different type of sale mechanics, you'll also be able to do that. And I'm just going to show you very quickly how that will look like. So let's say that you have this profile picture that I published before that I deleted, and I say I want to have 70 editions, and I want to give 5 of those editions completely for free to some friends or to some people that did something and won them. I can do that. I can add them as a collector. And even if they don't have a username within Doing Good, you can just add their Ethereum address, and you can say, okay, the price is going to be 0, and they can claim it whenever they want. There won't be any restriction. And then you can say, okay, I want to sell 10 editions in a public sale for $50, and then 2 editions at $80 for the same NFT, for the same, let's say, collection. And this will enable, you know, creators to design tiers. You know, when you go to a concert, for example, you have different tiers. You have the early bird, you have edition 1, edition 2, edition 3, and all of those different tiers, they have different pricing models. So you as a creator, you will be able to do that within Doing Good. And this is coming in the next month or so. Also, another thing that we're going to enable is curation. And the way that it will look like, it will be very similar to how Pinterest is, and this is loading. Yeah, here it says boards. So you'll see all the likes that you have made. You will see them in one folder, and you can have that folder publicly, or you can have it privately if you want, only for yourself. And then if you have, let's say, if you create a board, when you create a board, you can say, okay, I want to have in this board music NFTs, and I want to have rap, for example, in this specific folder, or I want to have another folder that is focused on generative art. And essentially, we're going to enable anyone to come to the platform and create, collect, but also curate, and at the same time, always supporting social good. And yeah, let's say that you are in the Explorer, and you like, or you maybe bookmark something, or maybe you are in the creation page and you like it, or you bookmark it. What's going to happen is that you're going to have the possibility of deciding in which board you want to have it. And then after that, you'll see each board is going to have their own page, and it will be kind of like a curated page of all the different NFTs that have been selected by you. Or maybe you can even add collaborators. Let's say I like the music taste of one of my friends, and I want to bring him or her and start to curate content together with me. I can just add them there and start curating all this content collectively together. So imagine in the future, once you start enabling people to buy from the curations that you have made, that you also earn and that you also win by doing that. So it's kind of like you can think about it in the traditional world as affiliate marketing, but here is basically curation, and by doing that curation, you're supporting social good. And by doing that, also, you will receive tokens from the Doing Good DAO. And those tokens are going to enable you to basically curate different social causes that get added or removed from the Doing Good protocol. And I know that I only have 5 minutes left, so I'm just gonna go back to the presentation. Here, in the presentation, I just wanted to show you the platform, and I actually just did. And yeah, where are we going? What is it that we want to do? We are going to open source the whole platform and the whole, let's say, token curated registry of social causes. So like that, anyone, any NFT platform, any DAO, any DeFi, they can just plug into it and start streaming money to all the different social causes that are within the protocol. And by doing that, earn some tokens from the DAO. And those tokens, they're going to enable you to basically curate the social causes that get added or delisted from the curated registry. So yeah, we are coining the term decentralized social impact, and this is what we are focusing on. And yeah, the Doing Good protocol is going to enable anyone to participate in the decentralized funding, governance, and quality control of impact communities. So how it will work? We will have the Doing Good DAO, which will be the Meta DAO. Then within the Meta DAO, we're going to decide and signal if we want to create impact guilds. And those impact guilds could be a guild that is focused on gender equality, a guild that is focused on climate change, a guild that is focused on life below water, or any of the sustainable development goals, or any cause that we as humans we think is important. Maybe it's an emergency that is happening in the world. We can create a guild for that. So one of the things that we have realized in these 5 months, 6 months of life of doing good is that many creators, they want to support a cause. They don't necessarily know which NGO, they don't necessarily know which DAO, they don't necessarily know which person is the best to contribute to, but they do know that they want to support gender equality or climate change or any of this. So imagine that the money goes to those guilds, and that in those guilds, there's humans that have the expertise and the knowledge, and that they care about those specific social causes in order for them to manage the funds and to distribute to all what we call impact makers, and also what we call impact reporters. But yeah, the way that it will happen is that once the guilds are created, they will build the treasury, and the treasury will be built by basically creators sending some money from the NFT sales, by DeFi protocols sending some money to a specific thing, or by DAOs, or even Web2 projects. And yeah, the idea is that, you know, they leverage any sustainable funding. And yeah, it could be even capital geopools as well. And yeah, those people that contribute to those specific guilds, they be rewarded with guild tokens. And those guild tokens will enable people to basically coordinate and decide which impact makers they should support. And then, you know, many people in the space are talking about impact. But one thing that is important to mention is that impact means many different things for every single human being, and for, let's say, for every single community, they believe impact is an specific thing. So what if we as humanity, we come together and we decide what we think is impact in those specific guilds, and also maintain the quality by also rewarding journalists, impact reporters, and basically anyone that is making sure that something is happening. So let me give you an example. So we have the Doing Good DAO, and then we say, okay, we care about life below water. And then someone says, okay, we should create a guild that is focused on life below water. So we start signaling and we say, okay, yes, we voted yes, let's get the guild going. And then once we have the guild going, people can start streaming money to the guild. And then let's say a few months later, once the guild has a big treasury, let's say people can start coming to the guild and saying, hey, I have a proposal. I want to clean the beach in Barcelona, and I'm going to do it for $100,000. And here is all the people that are going to help me clean it. And yeah, here's my proposal. Then the guild themselves, they can vote and decide, yes, we want to support this proposal that Manu is making, or not, we don't want to support it. So if people support it, then the money will come to me. I will make sure that, let's say, the thing gets done, and maybe other people come and say, actually, Manu didn't do the job. They record the beach and it still's dirty, and they are reporters. We call them impact reporters. And these reports, they are also in the form of NFTs. And then the community can start to say, okay, you know what? Manu didn't do the job. Therefore, we don't want to give them money anymore in future rounds. So the community can decide and remove me from the impact makers list. So like that, I won't be able to receive any future money. And yeah, that's basically the whole idea, is to have, you know, DeFi Web3 protocols plug into the Doing Good protocol. Then we have the Doing Good social media marketplace, that is also supporting the protocol, or any other marketplaces and NFT platforms. And yeah, that's basically what I wanted to present to you guys today. Thank you so much for having me.
That's amazing. I am highly impressed by how much you packed into this 30 minutes and how much you packed into the last 5-6 months of Doing Good. It's really exciting, all the things you guys are doing, all the different angles that you're taking on it. And I wish I could pick your brain for the next 5 hours about it, but we'll have to do that a different time. It's really exciting to see all the new developments that you guys come out with, and stepping into the metaverse, and the reputation and the profiles, and being able to keep track of your impact and DeSci and all of it. I'm super excited. Tomorrow we're going to be having a party with LifeLive, and I know that you guys recently did an event with them too. So hope to see you around for that. With check in with Daniel and Alex, and we're also putting proceeds to the same fund that you guys did last time around. So
amazing. That's great. That's great to hear.
Yes, and it came directly out of running, being at the test run of your party. So we're all connected.
Yeah, well, one of the things that we really are focusing on is creating the culture and bringing people together. We want to have fun. We want to enjoy while we're building at the same time.
Exactly, and that's why we're here at MetaFest2. We got 2 full weeks of jam-packed having fun and sharing all this, wow, all these things going on. So great to have you on. Hope to pick your brain more later.
Yeah, thank you so much. And if anyone wants to connect with me, please feel free to reach out in any social media platform. Just find me like this. I just wrote it on the chat, Manu Alzuru. And yeah, thank you so much again for having me.
Thank you. You can find those links in the main stage chat on our Discord server, and also through the YouTube there. Bye, Manu. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Have a beautiful one.
You too. How's it going, Penguin?
Hey, going great. How's everyone doing today?
Good. Oh, look at this. You get to be a guest and not a speaker here, huh?
Yeah, if you notice, I've got a different camera too. I'm coming at you from the dev box. I'm going to be doing a live demonstration and trying to recreate a Dota map in 30 minutes.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a kind of a whirlwind. I don't have a lot of time, and so I'm going to start from basically 4 rooms and no creatures, and try and recreate the map that people know from Dota in this time. So it should be a challenge. It's definitely going to be live, and you can see just what goes into creating a story and going from a concept. So this is my concept. I drew it out on paper. The Dota map is kind of familiar to people, but whenever I start an area, I always kind of take notes, and pen and paper is a lot better for me to kind of get my brain down on paper and get the specifics down. And that way, when I go and put the area down on paper, I know how to do it when I go and do it digitally, rather than trying to figure it out and trying to fix it then. So I'm going to jump right in. It's a lot of stuff I've got to do in a short amount of time. So yeah, I'll share my screen now and kind of walk everyone through what's happening. So right now, this is on my local box, but it actually is able to start from the game. So we'll actually have the game live after this, and I'll have some game matches for people in the mud server that we can play this. Okay, so we're starting from just the base, which is like where we load in, and that's pretty much it. So this is one of my earlier characters. So when we're building, we have to actually type out our commands. So let's see where that mob was. Okay, so here we've got that mob that I created. So let's actually delete this one. So this one doesn't spawn here. Okay, so now we've got a fresh area. So from my design, I'm going to build the square first, and the middle lanes, top lanes, and bottom lanes. So let's start with the middle lane, because it's kind of one of the more tricky designs. So I'm going to turn on a feature that we have called walk build, which means that as I move around, it will actually create paths. So turn on walk build, and now I'm going to go north. Let's just make some diagonals. Okay, and then we'll call this the middle point. So I'll have this go off this way. 3. Okay, so here we will put a heavy pit. So this will be a neutral creep area that we make here. Okay. Make another one here. Okay. And then we'll connect this to the jungle lanes. Okay, so we'll go here, and then a little bit lower than this one, and make another square. And so this is just kind of carving out the space that we're going to make everything in. So then I'll connect it here, and then we'll go back the other way. So now we know kind of where the halfway point is. And I accidentally made a room there, so let's delete it real quick, or delete north. So really quickly, without kind of any knowledge about building, someone is able to come in here and pretty easily create an area. Now let's connect this up. Okay, so about there. Let's go back to the jungle lane. Let's connect the jungle lane here. So yeah, Mud is a game where you can easily kind of create and edit and tell stories. Right now, this is me kind of showing off the building tools. Again, this is me building a Dota style map. These are the jungle lanes on this side. Let's do the same over here. So let's go over up, and then we'll cut this one this way. One of the things for making an area is to make sure that it's balanced and symmetrical. because you don't want any one team to have an advantage over the other one. Okay. Now after this, we've got 3 rooms and then a square. Okay. And yet when you come out of arcade mode, pressing up and down on the arrow keys will bring up your last commands to make it easier to recall complex commands. So it's and then we go, let's count how many we go. Okay. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so 8 until the edge. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this is our edge. So now we'll come over here and we'll connect them. See, I might have miswalked. Let's see. Definitely tricky. Let's see. This connects to here. Okay, that's our lower jungle lane. Delete the extra space up there. Okay. So we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one. So let's just use the extra space that we made here, and we'll delete as we go. So I'm going to use something called command stacking to do extra commands as I move. So let's do R, delete east, and then I'm going to command stack to go west as well, so I can keep moving as I delete rooms. Okay. Now back to here. Okay, we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. 8 connected this one over here as the other one. We'll continue this up as well. So there's a lot of kind of planning that goes into it, and kind of the geometry is tricky. I like to do a lot of it on ASCII maps. Okay. So here we've got this connected. Now we'll bring this over here. That's a little bit too far. Use the same trick to delete them as we did before, except this time instead of moving west, I'll be moving east. Okay, so now I'm going to connect this jungle area. Let's see. It looks like I needed to do another one, right? Okay, so after we carve out all the rooms, then we're going to start adding in the creatures. We call them mobs. So, okay. And this one will delete the north. Okay. So, take one extra step so we're not in the jungle lane. And then we'll go down. Okay, so this is where we will connect them. Okay. So let's give this side a little bit more space too, so that the creeps don't go straight to that one. Okay, so I'm going to now create some of the creeps that will walk around. And let's also add the bosses and the healing rooms. So let's add actually a square here. So we'll have the ancient that people have to defend. We'll load that here. So we will say R spawn add this area, which tells it to load from this area. And this side is where the dire spawns. So we'll say dire ancient. And I created these at a time. So now we can see the ancient is here. And so this will attack anyone that comes into it. If someone else destroys it, this will be the objective and the game will be over. So right here, let's put the team respawns here. So let's create the actual description for these rooms. So let's say our title, dire, let's color it. Let's say this is going to be red. This is the dire fountain, meaning that people respawn here. And that this will be a healing room. So let's flag it as a heal. Say R flag heal. Okay, so now this is a healing room. So say R title take. This will set the title to be the default title. Let's do a quick description too. Desk, red, fire hero. We'll spawn here. So this is obviously a very short description, just to demonstrate. Now let's R desk take. So now this is the default description and the default title. So I'm going to quickly run around the room and I'm going to do our desk, our title, and a movement. So this is going to set each one of these rooms to have the same description and title very easily using command stacking and the defaults that we've set. Okay, so now if I walk around here, instead of it saying new room, this place could be anything. They all say dire heroes, dire fountain. Okay. So set the title here, our title, dire. And usually when someone's creating an area, they would put a lot more time and care into the area descriptions and the area coloring. Right now, because of time constraints, I'm doing it very quickly. Versus our 5. Okay, so we did a dire one. Let's do the same thing to the other side. Let's also spawn a couple of creatures that will start walking towards the other tower. So while we're over here, we have the command for creating the ancient. So here, our spawn add this area dire ancient. And so now let's do dire creep on death. 30. This says every 30 seconds after a creep is killed, spawn another one. Now dire creep is here, and he will start marching forward. He's going to start zigzagging down the field. Let's also add a couple more to go with him. So let's spawn another one here at 30 seconds. And then we will spawn a heavy. Dire heavy. And the heavy will spawn every 2 minutes instead of 30 seconds. After you kill a heavy, it won't respawn again for 30 seconds. For 2 minutes. So now we've got those ones walking down, creeping towards their destination. Let's also add some here. So let's add one heavy here. Okay, let's add it here. And then we'll add 2 standard creeps. And another one here. Okay, so now we've got some heavy creeps and some dire creeps there. You're going to start walking that way. Add some more here. Let's add a heavy. And then we'll add the normals. Okay, so now we've got the creep set up for dire, and we've got the ancient. We set all these rooms as heal, so we don't have to come back. So our flag will show us the flags that are set. So this one has heal, none of the other ones do. Flag. So we're going to do our flag heal, and then we're going to do the movement. So here we go. Okay, so now the entire area over here has been flagged as healing. Okay. Now let's add a tower here. This tower can help defend the Lord. So we call them spires. So dire spire. And these will not refresh, so we will call them single. Okay, so we got this one here. Add another tower here. Okay, this will also help fight off any enemy creeps. Let's put another one here at this corner. So right here. Okay. So you can see the area is starting to come alive already as we start building these different features. So put the tower here. Okay. And now we'll do the same for the other side. Now let's, so dire spire, we will use radiant spire. Okay, I'm on the other team, so radiant spire is not my friend. Let's actually carve out the fountain area to this side. Okay, and let's add the boss here. So our spawn, add this area, radiant, ancient. Okay, so there's the ancient for radiant here. let's add the heal flags. And let's set the title and description for all these as well. So yellow. Okay, our title. Okay. The same thing as it does. Do gradient. Will spawn here. Okay, and then we'll put our desk page. Okay, so now we've got the desk, the title set. So let's set all the room flags real quick. Title, desk, flag, heal, and then we'll move. Okay, so now we're setting the room description, we're setting the title, and we're walking to the next room. You can see the creeps made it down here because they were walking based on their pathing. So we got the path right for the creeps to come all the way down. The boss wasn't there for them to run into and engage. Okay, so now the radiant fountain is all done. And so I've done a Dota map here, but really anyone can create any story that they want using these tools. And this is an example of really fast creation. Obviously, I did this in 30 minutes, so I can set up a few more of the creeps, but it's a pretty good example of kind of the building tools. So there's also other things that we can add, such as scripts, so that creatures engage with each other. So I showed the script where things are wandering. We also add a few more scripts. Yeah, so there's area objectives that we're working on. That the team is constantly building and adding new features, new tools. Also, I didn't get into the mechanics of playing. This is strictly about creating and making stories in a kind of virtual space where you've got tools to build spaces, areas, stories, creatures, pretty much whatever you want to define. There's a way that the framework allows you to create things.
You have a little bit of space ping, but our next guest isn't backstage yet.
Okay, that's something. Yeah, I'll keep building. So let's put Roshan right here as well. So this is one of the major creatures in the area. So it essentially will be more experience than beating the boss, and it's in a central location, so it's not as defensible as kind of your ancient would be, but it's a way to get a lot more experience. And this is a team game. It's meant to really work with team tactics. So yeah, and that's one of the key reasons that we built multiple lanes as well, is that we want people to split up and have opportunities to get more experience if they are one way or another, kind of push people to work together and communicate. Usually people will join a Discord group to communicate, and we host games every Tuesday and Saturday where we encourage people to come and group up, but we also have matches all the time that we create. So let's add this area. So Sean. Let's see, did I spell this right? Sean, I believe I did. We'll say that he does not respond either. The giant scary beast is here. So our title, Lair of Roshan. And yeah, the names that I picked are, very Dota. And that was just to emphasize, like, if I wanted to have an idea and bring it to life, and it could be done in a very short amount of time. So that's why all of these names are very familiar. And there's also other behaviors on these guys as well. So I'll fight him so you can see what happens. So, oh yeah, he instantly ate me. And it looks like there might have been a small bug with him as well. But yeah, so you can see when you die, your screen fades to black. There's a respawn timer, much like Dota. It looks like I might have had a small bug there, so I'm just going to refresh. So I'll dig into what was crashing with that. It looks like it might be Roshan behavior. Maybe because of his loot table stuff. But let's attack one. Let's add some more creeps really quick, and then I'll show you additional scripts that we have for tracking, because I think the tracking is really cool as well. And it really helps build dynamic things. So basically, if you can think it, we can build it in this framework. It's a lot more flexible to creation and writing. So let's add radiant creep, heavy first.
So how long does a typical game last? I know you're like speed rolling through it right now, but if you were to take your time and do this, how long would it normally take?
To build an area.
Mm-hmm.
So normally, the big part is actually planning.
Right.
So I think usually it takes me about 3 days, 2 days when
Okay.
I actually get to it. So it's pretty fast, even if I'm taking my time. One of my favorite parts about area building is just like how fast I can do things. So, like, that was another reason that I wanted to kind of be under pressure. So you can see this guy's following me. He's not very happy with me. Oh, I'm getting shot by the tower because I got too far that way. So a typical game is meant to last 30 minutes, 15 to 30.
Okay.
And I try and keep it small just because I know how much time we all have and how limited it is. So I know I didn't have an hour to be playing a game, so I didn't expect anyone else would either.
Right.
So yeah, I tried to keep it manageable and something that I myself have enough time for, which my crazy schedule doesn't allow for many games. And I realized that when I stepped into crypto, is that it's give and take, but this is one that specifically for kind of NFTs and with consideration for the technology advances. So a lot of problems that we had with these type of games before, such as character cheating, or even what happens if someone's been playing for 30 years and you step into the game trying to fight them. There's not a lot of balance that you can do that scales well for 30 years. So being able to have a match that starts and ends is a great way to kind of continue the game and make it balanced. We will have other game modes that are more persistent, and we're working on social game modes as well. So maybe MOBA game style is not your thing. That's fine. Like, we're kind of building different objectives and different styles for all kinds of different people. So even like a free for all survival matches where people have fixed amount of lives, capture the flag. So there's a
Awesome.
lot of cool kind of game modes that we can build in with this.
I'm excited to finally jump on and play one with you soon. Our next guest is backstage now, so we're ready to transition whenever you're feeling it. Are you going to be around tomorrow to play a little bit?
Yeah. I as I said, I run matches on Tuesdays and Saturdays, so we're going to have some matches today. But anytime that we have people that want to play, we're happy to create some matches for them.
I would love to play tomorrow with the nice character that was magically appeared in my wallet.
Hey, what's up?
Happy to have you.
How's it going,
so
Gary?
much.
Thank you so much, Penguin. That's amazing. Can you drop some links for Mud in everywhere?
Will do. Thanks so
Thank
much.
you.
Ciao.
Ciao. How's it going, Gary?
I'm good. Are we live?
We are live.
Oh, nice. Cool. So are people kind of tuned in through a link?
Yeah, so we have some people that are watching through the YouTube stream, or paying attention on our Discord, but most of the action right now is going to our YouTube stream. So we have people that are typing on the chat there, and we have some people that are typing on the main stage chat in our Discord. So we have people that are typing on the chat there.
Okay.
And we have some people that are typing on the main stage chat. I'm getting an echo from you, though, of myself.
Got it. I briefly opened the YouTube.
Gotcha. That's why it was delayed.
Yeah, makes sense. All right. Hey, everyone. Thanks for coming through. I don't know how people might be able to check out this link from the YouTube chat, or maybe someone can help me post it there.
You could post it in YouTube, or you could post it in. I'll link you in the Discord as well.
Yeah. Do you mind? I posted in the Discord, but do you mind posting in the YouTube?
Sure, we could do that.
Thanks. So, I want to talk about hyper local and how that might be key to Web3's future. But first, let me do a little background on myself. So, I'm based in the US, New York City. I'm going to split my time between a few different cities, though. And I really care about all things related to human flourishing and planetary flourishing, regenerating the world in many different ways. I'm currently focused on trying to figure out how to build hyperlocal civic empowerment projects in Chicago very early on in that process, and other projects related to improving America's culture, economy, etc. I co-founded Civics Unplugged, which is all about training high school age civic innovators. And we've trained 1,500 plus in our Civic Innovators Fellowship, digital fellowship. And a child organization of Civics Unplugged is probably what you're more familiar with, DreamDAO, which helps alumni from our Civics Unplugged Fellowship learn how to use Web3 to do good in the world. So I'm all about impact, and I've been, I guess, why I even consider Web3 as relevant to impact is because I met some of the Gitcoin people, including Scott, who basically was like, Web3 is not just a scam, right? I mean, there's obviously a lot of scams, but there's a high likelihood that without Web3, you're missing out on a lot of things that might be critical to solving great problems or facilitating coordination at levels that we haven't seen before. So that's where the idea from DreamDAO came about 8 months ago, and we just completed season 1. And I'm excited to say that I'm shifting my focus a lot more, less from the global level to hyperlocal. And so what is hyperlocal? So this is a definition from one of my friends who's more of an expert than I am. But hyperlocal communities are geographically local and have connectivity between its members. They vary in many different ways, but they all share a crucial trait, which is these communities participate to create value and return value back to their local communities. There's a sense that the members are in it together, which gives people a personal stake in the survival of the locality as a whole. I'm motivated by care for the community, right? Care for safety, not profit. And so I have a lot that like one of the provocations I want to talk about is like, why am I shifting my focus to hyperlocal? But I do want to, for anyone that is able to access the chat, all good if you're not, kind of, we're doing this a little bit flexibly. You should be able to edit this. If anyone wants to add their name and answer the prompt, like any question you have, insert a question you have about Web3 X hyperlocal. Feel free to do that. I'll give it just like a couple minutes in case anyone wants to do this, but if not, I'm happy to just keep talking.
Yeah, I think a couple of us are checking it out right now.
Cool.
I really like the term hyperlocal.
Yeah, you could think it is a redundant term to hyperlocal, but to the local, but it just kind of, it's like the extra emphasis. Like, no, we're serious about like thinking about improving the material reality for people that are co-located.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that it's redundant at all. I think that it makes you think a little bit and goes beyond the just term local. Local's kind of, I don't know, broad, dated maybe.
Yeah, it's kind of just like almost like doesn't have a meaning at this point.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
All right, so feel free to fill it out if you want, but I want to talk about just where my head's at right now, and would love to just answer any questions about that. I think that's just a kind of simple way we can go about this. So here's something I realized. I realized that there's too many organizations untethered to impact that ordinary people can feel and understand. If it wasn't obvious to you already, Web3, for example, and this is beyond Web3, but Web3 has a crisis of legitimacy in the eyes of most people, especially after Celsius, especially after 3AC, especially after all the different things that have happened in the last month, right? But going more broad than Web3, there are just, and I've now been in the nonprofit space for a little over 3 years, or have a lot of exposure to it for over 3 years, and now realize that many organizations are untethered to impact. Not just nonprofit organizations, but many organizations are just untethered to impact that ordinary people can feel and understand. So many do-gooders are trying to do things like create organizations that are trying to unite other organizations, like how many collectives, and it's fine, right? Like, there's a reason why collectives need to exist, but it's funny, right? Because like sometimes you create a collective not even thinking about what is like the actual like unquestionable unit of impact that you could articulate to people that aren't just so immersed in a particular like industry or world, right? If every organization, I'm not saying there is an organization like that exactly, but if there's a global collective that's just full of organizations and people that just think purely globally, right? Wait, who's actually improving material reality on the ground? And this is not any one person's fault, but people are good at signaling, but how many of them actually do anything? And the default, I just want to point out, the default, including my content, right, on Twitter, is to create content that resonates with the widest possible global audience. That also means that it means so little to any of the audience members as it relates to their, like, you know, lives as a resident of an area. So I would argue that hyperlocal is the locus of real change. And I asked, like, who's improving material reality for their neighbors? How many people actually even know that they would? And by the way, if there is any questions, comments in the YouTube, let me know and I can pause. But how many people even know that? Even know what they would like to improve in their local neighborhood? It's hard for me to do that, even as someone giving this talk, right? It's part of why I like to focus my attention on some of these, because, like, wait, it's like I'm not regen enough, I'm not hyperlocal enough, right? I'm not focused on impact enough. Part of why I like to talk about it is because, like, shit, I need to do it myself. Like, what is even one thing that you would want to see be very different in your neighborhood?
Less plastic on the street everywhere.
Mm.
I live in Mexico.
Great. So that's actually a very tangible thing that if you were motivated to do, and potentially find a systemic solve for that, that's a huge benefit, right? Because I'm sure other people notice that it affects quality of life. You know, related to what I've been saying is, it just feels like everyone's creating products for mass adoption, and so who's filling the bespoke gaps that make a local community function and feel like home? So I then go on to talk about how, like, I suspect that hyperlocal builders that are actually improving material reality, like doing these things like getting rid of plastic off the streets, they're natural uniters at a time when we're being divided by national and globally focused media meant to narrow us into, you know, silo us into these narrow mimetic tribes. I'm like, oh, you're a progressive, you're a conservative, you're a libertarian, right? Like, there's a business interest in getting us into these little buckets. So I guess the more that I've noticed in my own development, I've been less interested in being part of those narrow tribes. The more I've worked with real people trying to make a real difference, who are not just playing the mimetic tribe game, but are actually trying to, like, just make things better for their neighbors. You know, I've been recognized by a lot of people for the work that I've been doing in Civics Unplugged and DreamDAO. I think, you know, it's appreciated, but I always try to be my number one critic, and I'm not sure, right, how to think about the impact that I've made. And so I'm not asking anyone else to do something I wouldn't do. I don't even know if I'm not even fully sure if what I'm saying makes sense. But this is why I'm going to spend a lot of time trying to figure out how I can make a difference in the local community. I grew up outside Chicago. I have some connections there, and I wanted to see what I can do there. So love to just kind of open this up to any questions anyone has. Oh, I see a couple of questions being added.
Yeah, there's some people that are talking on the YouTube saying they're filling out the prompt right now.
Great.
We had one comment here in the main stage chat on our Discord about Musashi saying they're always encouraging people to go to their local city council as often as they can and try to affect the most change from the municipality, right? And if the infrastructure isn't there and functioning, then create it and start meeting and start talking about it. And you know, I think switching that
Totally agree.
that narrative that we kind of, you know, maybe our parents and before grew up with, of like, well, I'm not, you know, the government's deciding and stuff. Like, us young people, us younger generations need to step into those roles and actually, you know, do it from, go through the hoops, jump through the hoops. They're waiting for you to jump through the hoops.
Yep.
You know?
Exactly.
I feel like oftentimes people are very discouraged, saying, well, I would have to fill out this form. And well, yeah, do it. There's possibly funding there for you from the local government. And they're going to go ahead and choose that project that you might not agree with just because it's the only project that stepped up and did it.
Yeah.
But imagine if 5 really good projects came and they actually had to decide between regenerative projects for your hyperlocal community, you know?
Yep, 100%. Okay, let's maybe we dive. Yeah, Musashi, I really like that point in the main stage chat. Yeah, go to your local city council, see what you can change. All right, so how might one start initiating hyper focused action in their own community? I'm working this out, and I would love if you think this is a bad idea on my part, but I'm going to ask people that I know. Here's what I'm gonna try this out. Ask people that have been doing similar work that you want to do in the area for just general advice on everything, but also pointers on what issues are most important to people in the area who has political, civic influence. You know, what not to do, you know, things like that. And then like I want to, you know, pick a neighborhood district, right? Something like that, that has a some receptive community groups, leaders to addressing a meaningful, you know, real issue. And then what I just like to focus on, what I think is really important is just, you know, imagination. Host an imagination, and there's probably steps that I'm skipping here. Session with local residents who care about the issues / just making their neighborhood better. And then from there, you know, that you come up with a vision, you come up with next steps, act on the collective consensus or rough consensus of what the next steps are to realize the vision, right? And then like, you know, from there, it's just like this kind of loop of sense make, right? You know, come up with plan, act on the plan, you know, experience roadblock probably, backslash or succeed, and then reflect, and then do it again and again, something like that. And then the semi-novel idea that I have, which I'd love to get your thoughts are, is I'm actually gonna drop this in the chat. Like, oops, weird pasting. I had this idea to do this whole process and document every single part of it, or like there's some exceptions, right? But I'll open it.
Yeah, I like that. I like how you're even documenting it as we're doing it here. You're speaking out the questions, the answers. I think that all of this is helpful for retention, and also like we often get really excited about things, but then no one writes it down, and there's nowhere to look back at it or to share it with the next person. We just kind of keep going in these circular dream conversations, right?
For sure. And I think there's something about creating a public intention and saying you're going to do this in the next week or whatever, and then even if you don't, like, it's very motivating, right? You're like, okay, why didn't I get it done in that week, right? But yeah, here's like basically the idea. Like, I want to basically help local people make change. I want to document that process to motivate myself, potentially motivate others. If this for some reason takes off in some kind of way, this opens up an opportunity for people that want to be associated with this feel-good story of making local change to be able to sponsor this, right? And so I have this vision for local civic builder influencers. That's what I want to call the kind of thing that I'm doing. That's like a whole like career where you're first and foremost actually making a difference in the local community, but second of all, you're documenting and storytelling about it so that people can sort of audit almost every part of the process and can decide if they like the way that you're approaching that change. And it's also, the benefit of documenting that is it's easy to package that into storytelling, right? If you're a corporation that wants to say that, or high net worth individual that wants to gain credibility as like a community leader, right? Community funder. It's one thing to just donate to a nonprofit that sucks at storytelling. It's another thing to actually be able to just be like, hey, like, look at this great packaged content already. The impact that you're seeing on this on camera is something that we're funding. So I'm humbly saying I don't know if this is like a meme that will work, the hyper local builder influencer meme. I'm not even saying in terms of adoption. I don't know if it even makes sense as a concept, but I suspect that if done in a very careful way, it might be possible. Especially if you're not looking like a predatory outsider that's just trying to get views and stuff. So thanks. This is actually the first time I've shared this with more than just like a couple people that are really in my close network. So I'm excited to just share this with you. And if anyone has any questions, let me know in the couple minutes we have.
Yeah, thank you for sharing it. Now you've shared it with our whole YouTube community and subscribers, but it also live on in our MetaFest2 Discord, which we hope will become, like an extenuation of this whole event and allow people to continue to connect and continue to work together on different notions or websites and everything.
Yep.
We have a few minutes. Our next guest isn't quite backstage, so feel free to have any closing remarks. Or let's see. Looks like Change the Game is still spitting out questions.
What are some questions? I'm not seeing them. Can you just like close them?
No, I guess those are the older ones.
Yeah. So. Oh yeah, there's another question. How does it relate to hyper global? Great question. Yeah, we can just end with this.
Okay.
It's not easy to do hyper local change, and at minimum, hyper global communities are sharing insights, right, and supporting each other, maybe sharing resources even in terms of like funding. I can totally imagine like a collective of hyper local builder influencers that are sharing resources of some sort, like a collective, right? Hyper global media, right? Social media is hyper global by default, and I think that's a feature, not a bug, when it comes to how I'm thinking about builder influencers, where you're not just creating media for that local neighborhood, right? You're creating media for anyone that's you're creating media for anyone that is watching anywhere in the world, and a huge benefit of that is that people that you might inspire new people that are like, hey, I want to be a builder influencer in my local neighborhood. And ideally, right, there's this, I'm able to succeed, or someone like me is able to succeed in a financially sustainable way, where people realize that being a non-polarizing change agent is a viable career path. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
Cool. Thanks for allowing me to kind of present this. And if anyone has any final questions in the chat, please drop them. But yeah, it's a pleasure to pop in today. I'm honored that I was invited.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. I'm excited to have some time to flip through this Notion some more. This is Saturday. We've got a little bit of a quiet crowd here. We are 10 days in, but I know that the people that are here and paying attention are really hyper focused, no puns intended, on these kind of things. Musashi, Hyperion, who's changed the game here, Unipuff for all, permaculture, sustainability, regenerative, local community builders, very enthusiastic about these things. So you've got the right people paying attention right now, and I expect that Notion page will change very quickly here over the day. Or look, some people will add, or look and support, and
yeah, and feel free to DM me if you have any thoughts on any of this, and especially if you've had actual experience doing some of this. One question that I didn't personally answer was, how does Web3 fit into this? I think DAO culture governance is huge, right? Like, to creating like local civic agency, right, where you decide what you want to do with shared resources, and just decide things together, build things together. Like, I'm really excited about DAO culture. I think it's one of the bright spots of Web3 in lieu of all these like scam tokens.
yeah.
So, I think we're a bit early in terms of DAO technology, where a lot of DAO technology will be often make the situation worse than better. But I'm thinking like in many year time horizons, and I think just us talking about this more primes us to think about what kind of tools and what kind of user experience is missing.
I completely agree, and we had a great day this past Monday, which was all tooling. So we had like Bipso, Clarity, Dwork, Coordinate, SourceCred. These are all great Web3 tools that are coming out that are helping DAOs work together, right? We've had DAO House come and speak. We spoke a little bit about gardens earlier today, and yeah, it's all fresh, like you're saying, but I am excited. I'm personally excited the most about those tools coming out and seeing people be able to transparently work together within causes or local communities or global communities, and be able to do the voting and not kind of replace maybe some of these bad reputation or scams, or DAO, those are just scams to
Right.
No, that's not what we're going for here, right?
Yep.
So yeah, the more we talk about it and the more we create the change that we're looking to to work with. So thank you so much for being here.
Yep. All right. Well, have a great rest of your day, y'all. Thanks for
You
having me.
too.
See you. Bye.
Chat. Hyper local. Thank you so much, Gary. That was great. Some last little comments that are coming in through the main stage chat while we get the next guest up here in the room. Misashi's saying about getting local ordinances and building codes for things like rocket mass heaters and permaculture building designs, and being able to use that framework within local governments and do the legwork and research that is in other places and move it into these new areas. If you want to check out more about what Gary's doing, go to dreamdao.xyz. It's a great website that is powered by Civics Unplugged and gives Gen Z the funding, mentorship, and training to contribute to Web3 projects that regenerate people on the planet. And yeah, keep using that term hyper-local, hyper-global. I really like it. So what would it be? Think hyper-global, act hyper-local? Don't be so hyper? Not sure. Thank you, Gary. That was awesome. So our next speaker is going to be Diago. And Diago's coming from Agroforestry DAO. Agroforestry DAO was recently birthed out of the ReFi DAO hackathon that happened on Earth Day. They're working on a lot of cool projects, and we are having slight technical difficulties with Diago coming on stage, but maybe Bogey here can pop in. So Diago wanted us to share some quick videos with you, probably because of the same difficulties that he's having right now connecting. You know, it's really fun to be able to connect globally with each other and be in our home, sitting on our couches and sharing videos, but it also comes with can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I muted? Am I muted? Am I connected? Where do I click? Do I click here? So it's part of the process, right? So maybe Bogey, can you jump on and help me share this video? Yay, nay?
Yeah,
Alright.
the next guest is sorting out their speakers and audio.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that won't be much longer.
Nah, no problem. Shall we take a quick break?
I'm not sure. Let me go backstage and have a little look. I'm not sure it's going to be much longer. I'll be right back.
Well, just as a reminder, check out Gitcoin grants. Right now, the ReFi hackathon for Gitcoin is happening. Also, Gitcoin grant round number 14. You could check out a few grants on our main stage chat in our Discord. If you go to metafest.metagame.wtf, we'll be posting some up there as well. You can find the last 2 days we've been talking a lot about regen and ReFi. We have some carts that have been thrown together by some of the guest speakers. So get on to Gitcoin. If you're unfamiliar about Gitcoin, it's a great way to raise money for all of these projects using quadratic funding. You can donate $1 or $1's worth of crypto, and it will benefit the project multiple times fold. So, for example, Trace from CO2 Cult yesterday mentioned that their matching is $1 equals about 55 dies. So you donate $1, they get 55. That's pretty incredible. So take those $20 that you might go buy a fuzzy jacket with and support some good projects, and let's change the world one step at a time. As Change the Game says here in the YouTube channel, let's solar punk everything. Rebuilding the commons, and yeah. So So join us on our YouTube stream here. If you have any questions or comments, if you want to say anything, if you want to shill something, now's the time to drop a link. Just as a reminder, Metagame itself has a Gitcoin grant up. If you like everything that you've been seeing this couple of weeks that we have thrown on, if you want to check out any of our 3 podcasts that we have, if you want to check out our My Meta profiles, go to metagame.wtf, go to Gitcoin, search for MetaFam, Metagame, and donate to us. Every little bit helps. We are a DAO that is creating a connection point for everyone. So everything we're doing here right now, please support us by any means that you can. Just scroll through all the Gitcoin grants. There's some pretty amazing stuff there going on right now.
Yes, it might be a little bit longer. It sounds like,
Well,
you know, like when you go to the settings and you got to set your output device. It sounds like the microphone is both the in and the out. So we're just waiting for like the UI like you know, like you don't know where to click. That's what's happening right now.
So he's
Battle
so
chestnut.
so what's gonna actually happen is he's gonna jump on and then he's gonna ask you to share that video. So maybe
Yeah.
we just start. Can we start with that Loom video right now? And he can kind of speak in between the 2 videos because he's not gonna be able to share it.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
So let's.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
you don't want to let him introduce himself?
Nah, that's probably a good idea.
Right, I'm gonna go backstage. I'll be right back.
I'm juggling. You can't see it right now, but look, I'm juggling fire. So now's a great time to take a break, drink some water, stop looking at a screen for a second. If you go to metafest.metagame.wtf and click on the schedule tab, you can see everything else that we have lined up for the rest of the week. This upcoming week. Tomorrow we're going to be having a little bit of a global party with LifeLive DAO. They have a streaming platform that allows you to dance to earn. So we will be having some DJs from Berlin, we'll be having some DJs from Mexico, we'll be having some musicians from Venezuela, we'll be having a DJ from California, and we'll all be participating in 2 different stages, the kitchen and the toilet stage, as they are called. It's a lot of fun. Come join, come test out their platform. You can pin people to channels and talk to them separately, have a little peanut gallery going on the side. You can shoot rockets for people, which show your support. The people that get the most rockets win some prizes, and all proceeds are going to help United for Ukraine, which is a project that Manu mentioned in Doing Good. Doing Good actually did an event with LifeLive a few weeks ago, and that is part of where we tested it out, and LifeLive came to speak on one of our community calls, so we're excited to have them tomorrow. And that will be happening at what time? What time in UTC is kind of So we came up with a new time lately. You know, UTC is really complicated. So how about just now TC? Wherever you are is now.
Now o'clock.
It's now o'clock.
Yeah, you just say the number, like the numbers after the hour. So all you have to say is the minute. So like, for prime example, for me, the time is now 13.
Oh wow, it's now 13 for me too.
See, we're all on the same page.
You must. Can you let me in? No. So going on into Monday after we have a little bit of a Sunday fun day. Happy Father's Day to anyone in the States. We have some cool on the ground hyper local type projects. We have a local action panel. We have future thinkers. We have Ethic Hub, smart contract research. On the 21st, we have Meta Day. We have Milwaukee coming with Green Pill in the World. We have WTF is meta-modernism. We have Dow Star coming. We have a Web3 Women in Science and a DeSci panel. The day after, we have a job fair on Crypto Voxels. You might have seen a lot of Crypto Voxels over the last 10 days. We actually have a job fair booth up there with a few DAOs that have a booth that are helping people get started in this. So if anything you've learned over the last 10 days or these 2 weeks interests you and you just don't know where to really jump in, the 22nd is a great day to be there. So similar to Dorg, who talked today, there'll be some more guests on that day. Throughout the day, for the first few hours, we'll be on the side exploring through Crypto Voxels while we have some speakers here on our YouTube. So we'll have things such as CRM, raising money for DAOs, how to work within them, what kind of roles people are looking for. You know, maybe you're not a developer, maybe you're a permaculturist, maybe you're a social media guru, maybe you're a graphic designer, maybe you just like talking to people. All those things are pretty useful within DAOs. You know, it's an organization. You need everything. So don't be afraid. If you know, it's a new ecosystem, but there's room for everyone. On the 22nd, we have the Eden DAO. That was also going to be on Regen Day. If you haven't heard about them, check them out. They're really amazing. And our closing day is going to be really fun. If you haven't been participating in our Crypto Voxels treasure hunt, get on it. There's some prize money there. Check out the links in our Discord and on our website. And you can go through this elaborate scavenger hunt that was made by 10 Finney that comes with a prize. If you find all the seed phrase, you get what's in the wallet.
Hey.
Hey. So we'll be doing a closing treasure hunt rewards on the 23rd. We'll have Mag NFT, which is a great online and in print NFT magazine. If you've never seen that, check it out. They're pretty amazing, really clean, always up ahead of the curve. What else we got, Bogey? What was your favorite thing that happened over the last 10 days? Hey, look at that, Diogo. Can you hear me? No? Having the same issues. Okay. No problem. This is how it goes. You know, when you're at an in-person conference and your microphone's not working, you just take it off and shout a little bit louder. And that's really handy. But when you're continents away from each other, it's a little more complicated, huh? So, just a recap of some of the things that we've had over the past 10 days. You know, we started off a little bit playful in the metaverse. We saw some things from Neos and Crypto Voxels, Atlantis World, Sandbox. We've had some music events. We've had some hip hop, some DJs. Like I said, tomorrow we're going to have Life Live. Coming up later today, we have a digital fashion show in Neos VR starting at 7 p.m. UTC with an additional scavenger hunt specifically for the fashion show in Neos. You don't need to have VR to participate. It is totally accessible from neos.com. Check it out now. You might need to get it set up now so you can participate. If not, you can totally watch through stream and still really enjoy all the hard work that they've done building out this amazing space to do a digital fashion show. Now, you may have heard from Rawdow on the 11th, and they're doing some pretty cool things for digi-physical fashion. And it looks like possibly we have worked through the troubleshooting And nope. Tiago, where are you? So if you're on the YouTube right now, send me a question. Tiago, you're here. Are you here? You were muted, maybe? I see you, but I cannot hear you. Some of the other great projects that we've had in the last 10 days, we've had YapDAO, which is all about marketing. We've had Giveth.io. If you haven't checked out Giveth, go check out Giveth now. Go check out Gitcoin, go check out Giveth. Donate some of your hard-earned crypto and others to projects that are doing good around the world. 2 great ways to contribute. And are you here, Tiago? Yeah. Hey, I got a Boogie and a Tiago. You both here? Boogie.
Yeah,
Am I talking to myself?
Nope, you're not. Nope. No. I have a feeling, for some strange reason, and normally like the past couple of days during MetaFest, and I do want to answer your question about what my favorite part of the last couple of days have been, but I feel like around this time of the evening, the past couple of days, like some guests have had trouble connecting. I mean, Diogo has had, he did have a little trouble backstage connecting, and
Yeah.
I don't know, because like the thing we're using is like a shared, it's a free open source like thing, and I guess around this time they get kind of overloaded server-wise.
Oh.
Yeah, because even like Unipuff and Lambo, for example, they've had some troubles connecting around this time. It's like prime time, I guess. So maybe you were right. Maybe we could play the videos that our guest has so graciously shared with us.
I think we should at least do that so that we can represent them, because we are going to be pushing up on.
Yeah, we don't want
on
to
our
like
next.
traffic jam. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, we can't create too much of a traffic jam here. I keep promoting him into the room, and as soon as I do, he disappears. So
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool. Keep trying. I'm gonna play the video, the first video, and then
sounds
when
great.
that's done, we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Alrighty, no worries.
So Diago, if you can hear me, we're gonna go ahead and show your videos. I'm not sure if you're able to hear me or stick into this room. It seems like we're having some problems. But Boogie's gonna play your video and to the stream right now, so we at least are able to showcase your voice a little bit.
Hi, I'm Magenta, representing team number 42, who worked on the agroforestry journals for challenge number 4. We're an epic interdisciplinary team from multiple different networks, and it was a blast to collaborate on this together. Here's our NFT. So we made an NFT project called Agroforestry Journals. And the purpose of this is to create a learn-to-earn system where apprentices are incentivized to level up while accessing land to produce food, steward seeds, and create content through monthly journals. And this has multiple impacts as well. One is education. It speeds up the learning process for apprentices. It helps people find each other who are working with similar seeds or in similar bioregions, and it builds community. It also helps with monetization. So these are early projects that can't yet do on-chain carbon verification They're usually small land plots. It's a huge financing gap in the fight for climate change, really, and regional economic sovereignty. And so this is like a really good innovation that actually addresses that. You have probably tens of thousands of people who want to do this kind of work with their families and in communities, and it's extremely financially challenging to do so in the current system. And this solves that. And as well as supporting collective organization. It's also a career opportunity for newcomers in agroforestry. Eventually, we can incorporate credentials, badges, POAPs, etc. So, straight to the journal. Attached in the metadata of the NFT is the journal. And so it is a series, probably monthly or quarterly, as an apprentice or mentor goes through their plot of land and documents what they're doing. Here's the journal itself in detail. You can see the types of data that it collects, the different species they're working with, their design goal, how they intercrop trees and annual plants, and you see pictures and descriptions of the different processes they use. This is actually on a Diogo's neighbor's plot of land. It's a cattle ranch, and he saw how productive Diogo's farm was being, and he was like, hey, can you come do that on my land? And so this is them starting from scratch and the progress that happened. Wonderful pictures, different preservation techniques that they use. Here they figured out a method for harvesting peanuts that was much, it saved a lot of labor. So that's a great innovation to share and help people save themselves a lot of time and work, which is amazing. And yeah, super amazing pictures throughout it. Really encourage you to read this. The link to it is at the end of the presentation. And it goes through like the different financial inputs, the productivity output, etc. And so there's a lot that we can do with that metadata over time. That's part of the interoperability of this project. So people can find each other, learn with each other. So 60% of the NFT sales go to the apprentice or mentor, 30% to the regional DAO, and 10% to the global DAO. And this incentivizes community collaboration, growth and visibility of the project and these methods of producing food, etc. So why would someone own one? It's a unique artifact and experience. By owning one, you support the learning and giving of this education to communities and the training of new agroforesters to grow capacity. So our next steps are to make the first collection. To orient community, there's an existing 20-person Telegram group of gardeners, developers, and artists who have been kicking around this idea and are ready to implement it. We need to fundraise, do a 3-month MVP to test the apprenticeship method. So if that's something you want to support or your protocol wants to support, hit us up. And then finally, we'll grow the global community. We have partnerships with Agroforest, Dow, School of Syntropy, and Bloom Network. So we're asked to you, if you know any partnerships that you would like to connect with this project, contact Diogo. His details are here. You can join the Telegram group. And also encourage you to read more about Agroforest DAO. Diogo put together an excellent presentation for that. You can learn more and read the journal itself. Thanks for the amazing opportunity to collaborate in this hackathon. Our team had a blast. It was total magic to find each other and collaborate and learn of each other's projects. So thanks, ReFi DAO, Planet Positive Hackathon. See you.
Hi, my name is Diogo Jorge from Agroforest DAO, and this project is called Rooted Society. The new generation has to design the future coordination, but they lack natural experiences, and we want to fix that. We will be on the Web3 conferences offering an NFT passport that offsets the attendee's carbon footprint and provides access to a global network of tiny lands near the conference location. These places will host experiences such as locally made dinners, celebrations, school visits, workshops, training, all that while members build their credentials as they attend these events. A social media space will foster friendships and hold the monthly journals of the land stewards. This will serve as a safety net for the hard times ahead of us. Our vision is to play nature's infinite game. So, as we grow older, on the land side, the harvests will shift from crops to fruits and nuts. We'll be onboarding new sites at different regenerative states. On the community side, there will be more diversity of identities and strategies for self support. Our network will serve as a sandbox for rooted innovation and joint ventures. And we will leave a natural legacy of knowledge, information, and natural assets. So, our roadmap on the third quarter of 2022, we created a Telegram and Twitter for our community. We created a whitelist for passports. We partnered with Bloom Network to create the Agroforest DAO multi-sig and to hold our website, and also to create the Agroforest Journal's NFTs, which include metadata about the bioregion, the seeds that are being stored, the percentage of trees in the area, and royalties that go to the content creators and to the Agroforest DAO treasure. On the fourth quarter, we plan on creating the NFTs membership passports and our NFT collection of journals. On 2023, we plan on starting in real land, so creating protocols for the land lease and land use, and sharing the action on our newsletter and as journals, adding to it to our NFT collection. We'll be building community contracts for incentives, recognition, badges, and bounties. So we ask for angel investors, so then we are able to hire a team and fully dedicate to this movement. Thank you very much.
Well, that was cool. Can you hear me, Bogey? So it seems like our streaming platform is having a little bit of overload at this time of the day on a Saturday. It's when all the kids want to shield their stuff and do some social media networking, eh? So I think we're going to switch gears and try to restream from our Discord instead. Because unfortunately, just to answer this question on YouTube, what's your favorite kind of taco?
Soft shell. I am back.
I
I could
would
hear you.
say
Soft
that's
shell.
a hard one. I'd say like some arrachera, some chimichurri. It's a pretty good bet.
Right, are we ready to switch to Discord? Looks like it. Awesome.
Bogey, can you hear me here?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. Yep. I'm just switching my screens around. 1 second. Full screen Discord. All right. And do this, and do this. Okay. 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 Almost ready. 1 sec, folks. Okay. Sure.
Glad we figured it out.
No worries.
Welcome aboard. Sorry for
Hey.
all the questions. Don't feel rushed. You take all the time that you need. We can bump the next event a couple of minutes as well. So
Okay, awesome.
sorry for the troubles.
No worries. I'm glad I can screen share.
Me too.
Cause yeah, I'll be all these projects are like on all these different pages now, so this is super ideal. Well, how's it going, everyone? Who's here?
It's going great. Tommy's here. Good to hear you. We have a lot of people. We have a few people watching through our YouTube stream, and we have Bogey and One Finny here in the room with us. But
Cool. Hey, everyone. Likewise.
But yeah, I'll go ahead and pass it over to you. So it's good to have you with us here, Maria Helena, and here's some public art NFTs, and the stage is yours.
Thanks, Tommy. Thanks for having me on. It's really nice to be able to present my projects. We're kind of going to start from square one in terms of how this all came about for me a few years ago. Yeah, I'm Maria Helena Trad. I'm based in Mexico, and a few years ago, we're on Zora right now. Can you see my screen? Everyone?
Yep.
Cool. So I'm gonna be like spending a few moments on each of these project pages, taking you from like the early phases of my process up to like present day. So we're gonna move through a little bit of info. I'm gonna try and have it be as cohesive as possible. But yeah, so a couple of years ago, I got some grant funding where I was living in Colorado to just experiment with concrete. And we're on my Zora page where I tokenized photographs of these concrete works. Here's 6, and then 1 just got collected. Puera Cementa Bayola. This concrete, bronze leaf, pastel, acrylic paint, like this mineral powder. And yeah, here's also the project page on my website, which I'll put all these links in the Discord chat. A few. But this is important for me to just show you guys now. These are like super experimental works. They're hand poured, like about a couple feet in diameter, about like 5 inches thick. And was just playing around rather like painterly. And then a few years later in Mexico, just before the pandemic, I got this commission project. Can you see this foundation page?
Yep.
Sorry, it's always a bit uncanny to be presenting. I like to just make sure you guys are with me.
Yep, we're right here.
So here's the page on my website. This is a sculptural piece on an architectural element at a medical center in Mazunte, where I just decided to travel to 2019, just before the pandemic. The doctor who runs this medical clinic, he's a young doctor from Mexico City. And here, I'm gonna scroll all the way down to the original site condition. He had just finished building his medical clinic, and had this empty concrete circle. So I'd been experimenting with concrete, and like he had been looking for an artist who worked with concrete to be able to finish kind of this like really central space for artwork. It's like also the building is in the middle of Mazunte off one of the federal highways. It's called a highway, but it turns into one later, like beyond the city, but it's like the main street of Mazunte, which is a coastal town in Oaxaca, Mexico. So I like adapted this experimental process to be able to, sorry, I'm going really fast. Here we go. To be able to like apply a fresh layer of concrete to make it sculptural. And then from there, apply bronze, leaf, and acrylic paint and create the finished piece, which is called Phoenix Ometel. The ideation ended up being like collaborative between Josue, the doctor, and myself. Ometel is a Zapotec and Aztec deity. This is one of the pages from the Codex Borgia. Oh yeah, this is an early underpainting. So the opening ceremony took me about a month to finish this piece. Culminated in what's called Mazehualitzli, Aztec war dance by my two friends and shamans, Omchotli and Elian Kotzpali. Can you guys see these pictures?
Yeah, they're amazing.
Cool. Yeah, thanks. Here, I'll go through these. So this was March 2019.
I love them mid-air.
Yeah, this shot's so cool. So it's like an hour and a half performance. And at the end, that's me. Everyone was able to come up and have a moment with Om and Eliane. You can see how the road through the town is like the piece that like really hits a focal point on that building. So yeah, so this was March 2019. And then fast forward to a couple of years later when I discovered NFTs. Maybe I can show you this video. Let's see if this works. Are you guys still with me?
Yep, still here.
Cool. So these video segments I tokenized, including photo documentation of the piece itself, which we'll move to in just a second.
I really love all the background, like the horse walking in the background.
Person's name is Michel. He from Mazunte. He's partially paralyzed, so that's why he's like the only dude on horseback in that town. And like everyone in the community helps him out with food with his horses and things like that. Okay, so here we are in Foundation. I tokenized a lunar version of the art piece, hovering over it, turning dark, and the solar version of it. Kind of like inspired from async. I haven't made anything on async, but when I first discovered NFTs, I like was scouting out async, and I really liked that they had like daytime, nighttime color phasing. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 video NFTs, and this project has almost entirely been collected. Mazehualitzli, the NFT of the performance of the opening ceremony, that one's still available. But yeah, so this project got some pretty good traction, and for me, like I was able to like process for me in terms of making art in public space, how to then tokenize documentation of the event to self-produce more projects like this. I also got access to a CryptoVoxels parcel, which I don't have that loaded because I'm afraid the bandwidth is going to max us out. But I made like these crypto voxels builds of this piece, Phoenix Untitled Lunar, as unlockable content for the collector easy.
That's very
So
awesome. You could drop the link.
yeah,
We're going to be in and out of crypto voxels a few more times throughout the fest. So if you drop us the coordinates, we can be sure to showcase it at a different time too.
okay, awesome. Yeah, so it's like one side is like constellates the image of the painting onto a globe, and the other side of the globe is like an abstract landscape. You'll see. I made two. One is like giant. So yeah, here's the page on my website again. And then another page for the performance with more videos. But yeah, that's my like proof of concept for really like the first wave of me understanding NFTs, and also at the same time making large scale public artwork with this process with concrete. And then I just want to jump to this Twitter post. So Hurricane Agatha just hit the coast a few weeks ago. I actually have evacuated. I was living there, but now I'm temporarily in Oaxaca City just because the damage is so severe. It was a hurricane, it was a class 2, Hurricane Agatha. So here's the building, like completely gutted, no roof, like all the woodwork and the windows are gone, but the painting and the materials that I've used have like really withstood the storm. Can you guys see that?
Yeah, it's
So intense.
it's intense. It's out right before you showed this picture. I was going to say it's really lovely to see your whole process, and and then you showed this, and I was like, oh, maybe the wrong time to mention in that comment now. But yeah,
What
to
were you
see
gonna say?
just to see the whole life of your piece, you know, like from the inception, from the thinking of it to the making it to the recording to the shamans up there, and now to this. I mean, this is even still part of the life, right? It's really cool to see the whole process. You know, not a lot of artists show that. You just see this product. You don't get to see the process, and for me, that's what really makes this all stand out. Having the videos and having the background people and learning how you make it and why you chose to do this. And it's really cool.
Yeah, I feel like the story incorporates the life of the culture of the place and the soul of the place. Like I was invited into something much larger than making my artwork even, and I go into that a bit more as well in the writing for the product. How the title is evocative of the pre-Hispanic Nahuatl culture. I go into some source images, tell you what more like where my headspace was at the time. This is from the Florentine Codex. But yeah, thanks for saying that. So yeah, here we are, like modern day, and or a few years late. Modern day is something you say like in a movie 50 years later. Here we are, just a few years later. Yeah. So for me, yeah, it's intense. I was there a few weeks ago grabbing my stuff, or even like a week ago. I just got here last Friday again after having evacuated, and the military had come out, and like the 4 towns that are situated right next door to one another. So from north to south, there's Mazunte and then San Agustinio, and then Zipolite and Puerto Angel. All those towns were like the eye of the storm essentially when the hurricane made landfall. But for me, yeah, it's important to see that the piece and the materials withstood that kind of battering. But yeah, I mean, crypto's also in such a weird place right now. Like a lot of it saddens me in a way, because if we were in a stronger moment, I could potentially use, like, I really love the potential for these NFTs to be funding conduits to steward resources into these communities. And I'll move into that with my second project here in just a second. like if these are on Ethereum, and if Ethereum was strong, like I would use the last remaining NFT, maybe bump it up in cost and sell it and distribute funds to the medical center. Like
Yeah,
things like
you,
this.
absolutely. You might not have caught it earlier today, but you might be interested in doing good. If you, doing without a G or doing GUD .com is a great project, and it might be it's a platform for NFTs and for public good and social impact. So it might be something that you're interested in that could kind of help branch you out during this dark bear market times that we're in right now.
Thanks for that. I'll check them out.
Mhm.
But yeah, I feel like I have a good skeleton in place in terms of the functionality of NFTs and what we could do in terms of bridging the gap in terms of like global north, global south, economic dominance and things like that. And also, I'm in Oaxaca City and just observing how both responsive and also non-responsive the country is to a natural disaster of this scale. Just seeing how resources are making their way. So are there any questions right now before I move into my next project? I like to keep it conversational.
No, I think we've been bouncing back a little bit. I think let me check to see this YouTube. Not a lot of questions, but people saying, "Wow, these look amazing. This is really cool."
Cool.
Yeah. So good feedback.
Cool.
But yeah,
Thanks,
go ahead.
everyone. Yeah. Okay, cool. So my next project, which was all conceptualized pre-Hurricane Agatha, is titled Hirbonica.
Was that modern day or was that? I'm sorry.
Modern day. Like I have been working on this since the wintertime, like November 2021. Hello, are you there?
Yeah. Wow, how time flies.
Yeah, I know, right? Seems like such a different moment. Okay, so this is okay. Zipolite is like 2 miles away from Mazunte, from this Centro Medico Mazunte. Just, I wonder if I should just pull up like maps just to show you guys.
Yeah, why not?
Can you hear me?
Yep, all good.
So I'm zooming out because I'm in Oaxaca City. Okay, so can you see my cursor
Yes.
twirling around? Okay, so
Yep.
like this was the hurricane and it hit like right here. And Mazunte all the way to, I think, the lay of the land here. Okay, yeah, Mazunte and Puerto Angel. This was the eye of the storm. These are the communities that were hit by Hurricane Agatha. But in the larger context of my projects, here's Centro Medico Mazunte right around here. And the project site for this next project, is Hirbanica, which is in the hills of Zipolite. So it's not that far away. So like for Zipolite is a little bit bigger than Mazunte. It was started to be developed in the 70s. Mazunte only last 15 years. San Agustinio, old fishing village that now is becoming a little bit more populated, and Puerto Angel. They have an industrial size like port, but it's still super teeny. Okay, anyway, so that's where we are. Hirbonica is an Earthship community center, and I'm partnering with its founder, Angelica Tonakiwi, to create outdoor sculpture in a pseudo complex. Can you guys see this picture?
Yep.
And then the well in the foreground. So she opened up the space for me to be able to make more outdoor sculptures. where I have onboarded her with a wallet, and the current NFTs we have for this project are going to be split to help restore the well, which was damaged from the last like natural disaster, tropical storm Beatrice in 2017. So it's like kind of uncanny that I kind of like launched the first phase of these NFTs. Here's the project on Foundation. Yeah.
Unfortunate full circle.
Yeah. So even before Hurricane Agatha in these last few weeks, the mission of this project was to just like fire up a conversation about water sustainability on the coast and in these communities at large, which it's like super, super unsustainable, and it's shouldering the like infrastructure. That place is shouldering a huge tourist boom. So Zipolite, particularly, their water infrastructure is a municipal well, which has been over-extracted for years, and the water's brackish, so pseudo-salty. And the way that this water is like brought up from the well, but it's also trucked into each business and residence on a truck, so like a huge carbon footprint. Whereas like everyone used to 20 years ago have their own well, or like a bunch of neighbors would get together and do a single well to manage their water needs. And this provided drinking water as well. But Tropical Storm Beatrice, like the magnitude of rainfall, like moved the access to the water table, basically just like changed the earth underneath, and it filled it in the well, like I think around 2 meters. So it just needs to be this well that we're going to restore. I created a budget for it, a budget outline. It was a firework. I don't know if you can pick that up in the audio. So the well restoration here is like broken down into different phases, with like new concrete rings that need to be created. The well needs to be dug, the rings need to be put in. And so yeah, all these costs are super transparent. But yeah, like this well symbolizes awareness and like mobilizing of going back to this kind of like water stewarding in these communities. Can you guys hear me? I heard a little bit of a.
Yep. No
okay.
problem.
Discord made.
I just keep muting myself because I have a little background noise here or there too. So.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. So yeah, I mean, the whole infrastructure now of like being tied to municipal infrastructure that underserves the population. So Angie now, she pays 100 pesos a month, which is like $5 for water to be delivered, but she never knows how much it's going to be. And it also leaves everyone vulnerable to the case of a natural disaster when the roads are filled in, and you have to like, you can't always prepare in time in these communities to make sure you have enough water and things like this. So yeah, I will be, okay, so we'll go to the foundation page. These two NFTs symbolize like the initial funding push to really create the project. This is Xochiquetzal, and the other one is titled Tlahuizlampa. And the ideation of these NFTs is also super collaborative with Angie. We're bringing up a lot of the Mexica cosmology, which is Aztec and Nahuatl, the deities and the dominions of east, west, north, and south. Xochiquetzal is like the feminine counterpart of Quetzalcoatl. And this sculpture, the first one that I completed, faces the eastern direction. So it's talking about like the energy of the rising sun, and I go into that a bit more in the description. And in this NFT in particular, I incorporated a photograph of a cacao pod, plantain, corn, amaranth, and orange, which are all traditionally foods associated with Xochicalco and Tlahuizlampa, the land of the rising sun. So this project has also changed a little bit since I was originally going to create like a circular sculpture for each of the directions. And I have created the first one, which is this NFT. But if I can get funding for this project, I'd like to actually pour like a slab of concrete that encompasses the whole of this sculpture site and just make like one giant, probably oval shaped sculpture. I realize it needs to be bigger. So anyways, the end sculpture will be actually a singular sculpture, but it's gonna like map out in color and gestures, north, south, east, and west, according to Mexican knowledge traditions. They're like all invested with different colors and like psycho-emotional significance. Yeah. And yeah, the funds will be split to restore the well. We need just under $9,000 US. So yeah, that's this next project, which is like pretty ambitious, but it would be like really beautiful and also connect this like remote community to NFT and blockchain technology. So it has a lot of potential. Here is a picture of the coast. And this is like when I poured the first sculpture. This is an experiment of the southern facing sculpture, which is blue.
Wow, that's pretty.
Right? Just a picture of the moon. That's me, that's my shadow. And you can see like in the shade too, that's the well. Not very dressed up, but yeah, that's the sculpture site.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. This is a whale in the ocean. So the project's about water, dolphin. This is when I poured the sculpture for direction west, which is red, pink. This is the rising sun. Yeah. And then I have the budget. I'm like, okay, crypto's down. Maybe in a different moment we'd be having like a different conversation here. But like, let's say someone, wants to engage the project. They can be engaged to whatever extent. Like, if they want me to inform them of where we are in terms of production, and all of these have links. Like, we've sourced. We might go to like Mexico City and grab everything we need, but you can click on like these solar powered materials and pumps and stuff that we want to use to mobilize the water when the well is restored. We like want to restore the well and like get the whole like complex equipped to like get the water on tap. Okay, so yeah, this is Tlahuizlampa.
Super cool.
Yeah.
I love the in-depth breakdown and really going to support the local community. I tagged you in the main stage chat here with the link to Doing Good.
Thanks.
Yeah, I really think that you're a perfect match for what Manu was speed talking to us. If you have a chance, look back through the stream later. All this is being left up on YouTube, so you can look back at our other speakers and check out Doing Good and Manu's talk. I think that it'll super interest you.
Cool. Thank you so much. I definitely will. Yeah. So that leaves us, at the Or I mean, I think I'm right on time and speaking for about a half an hour. We're
So
wrapping up on this project.
the
Mhm.
picture that you were just on of the actual piece, is that light color? Is that light from like shadow, or is that actual like pigment that you've put up, that super
No,
light color?
that's shadow. Isn't that cool? Here, we'll go
It's
back.
yeah, that's really cool.
So it's, I'll go back to the sculpture site. If you can see the mouse, the sculpture is like here. And
Okay.
you can see, for example, the kind of like dappled
Right.
light coming
Gotcha.
through. Yeah, and that picture, the piece was photographed in the morning. So at the time of Tlawis Lampa, like at the time when the sun is rising. So just really quick, the Tlawis Lampa is the eastern direction. It's like the domain of, let me go through my notes really quick. I have a diagram. So Tlawis Lampa is east, white, yellow, gold, and I actually use 23 karat gold. I use this as an opportunity to demo real gold rather than bronze leaf, because you can see that Centro Medico Mazunte's project is going to darken over time because it's bronze.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so my motivation behind working with metal leaf and organic pigments also is using like materials that last and that are as like organic as possible.
Yo.
Like not made in a lab or things like this. So that also will survive the test of time. So I'm really excited to use gold. And then Siwatlampa West is red and pink. Miklampa is the land of the north, also ancestors and spirits. The colors associated with Miklampa are black, also white and indigo, and Wislampa, south, which is the land of water. So that's blue. So yeah, hopefully I can get mobilized, I don't know, in a couple months. If I can get some traction on this project, I believe it will happen. It might take some time.
I think it'll happen. I really appreciate all the care to detail that you're about, you know, to all of it, to the symbolism, to why you're choosing to do it, to the appreciation and respect that you give to the culture, to how you're interacting with the local communities, to why you use certain materials. I think that it really makes the art just have like just a life of its own, you know? It's not just something that you're looking at, but it has this in-depth story that goes beyond time. I really appreciate that style of your art.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Tommy. Yeah, I mean, it's all been like a really organic unfolding. I just feel like I'm grateful to have these spaces open up across my path, and it is really important for me to open up my work to the pre-Hispanic cosmology, and to talk about the legacy of colonization is like really important here. So I'm happy that comes across.
Definitely does. And then, you know, on a just looking at it, we got some comments in the YouTube chat saying really love the texture ripple in it as well, and
Cool.
lots of fire emojis going on, and somebody really liked the whale.
Yeah, I took that picture too. Yeah.
I really like the shadow on that. That shadow light really adds a different element to it. That's really cool.
Yeah. I photographed a piece for about a half an hour, and I remember the moment that I found this specific photo.
You're like, and that's it.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, got it. Also, because for me, this project has been really challenging to take on a space so raw. So, yeah, when I got it, yeah, huge wave of satisfaction
Absolutely.
for sure.
I don't know if you have any idea, but our next guest is called Raw Dow.
Oh, nice segue.
Right? That was a really nice segue. Unplanned, everyone. Unplanned. Well, thank you for bearing with us with getting a little bit of late start here. Is there anything else you want to mention, or maybe does anyone have any questions that's in the YouTube chat or in the main stage chat here? Kind of giving people a second to type and look in. I like how you're trying out different platforms. You got Zora, you got Foundation. Like I said, check out Doing Good. I think it's a perfect fit for you.
Cool.
Yeah, we're in a bear market right now, but hang in there. People still want to support projects and support things, and it's gonna come back around. We're all still doing stuff, right? The last 2 days has been a lot about regen and refi, and one of right now, but hang in there. People still want to support projects and support things. And echoing on somebody.
Like I said, I'm so happy to be on today, and I'm not super into doing things fast anyhow. Like, this gives me time to hopefully I'll get actually another public art project here while I'm in Oaxaca City. This city is like so art forward, it's nuts. So yeah, but it's been almost a year since I first got into NFTs and cryptos. So yeah.
Crazy how time flies. Yeah, if you want to drop in the main stage chat here on Discord, right above Big Lounge here. If you want to drop like your crypto voxels area you were talking about, and
yeah, we didn't get into that. Maybe I can pull it up really quick before we go. Are you guys prepping to
Yeah, we're just prepping the next person, so go ahead.
Okay.
Show us if it works.
Nice.
Yeah, and any foundation links or Zora links or anything you want to share, feel free to drop
Yeah,
either.
I'll put all
the
of that in
we have
there.
We have the main stage chat, which it might kind of get buried in, and we also have this guest show links, which is just links from guests. So that's the best place to put it, because then people can just scroll and see everyone from the last 2 weeks or week.
Where? Sorry.
2 or 3 channels above where we are in the big
In
lounge.
chat?
The guest show links.
Guest show. Okay.
That's the best place, so that it won't get buried between chatter, and everybody can come back and see it. Wow.
Cool. Right? Here, we're
Yeah.
gonna fly. So I have 2 globes.
And where are you located? Where are you at? Origin City, okay.
Midtown, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. I did a pretty good job. Make it into a crypto voxels thing.
Yeah, it looks really cool. We have some parcels not too far away from this, so yeah, drop those coordinates down, and I'll make sure that 10 Finney, as he goes through because we did a crypto voxels treasure hunt.
Oh, cool.
That's still going on, so we've been popping in and out of crypto voxels throughout the event, so we can make sure to come across this next time we're floating through there. Wow, that's super cool.
This is like a weird abstract landscape of the ocean and the mountains.
How long did it take you to make that? Did you use Goxels or Magica Voxel?
Magica voxels.
Okay.
So how long did it take?
Yeah, how long do you think it took to make that?
It took me like a week to make this baby one. And then see. And then once, because I didn't know what I was doing, and I made it like 30 by 30, and I like wanted it to be huge. So then once I put it in World, I was like, well, it's like the original scale of it. It's not gonna be great, super, super big. So then I like used it as a draft and made this one, which took a couple days. But most of the time spent was like the first few days, just like understanding how
the program works.
Yeah. So yeah.
Super cool. I like how you're exploring all the different like realms, doing some stuff in the metaverse and being on the ground and recording the process, like I said before, and it's cool. It's like there's a whole story that just keeps interweaving.
Hoping to put more art builds from Hirbanica, the project in Zipolite, that gets going in here. So that, like, yeah, there's all these different places where you can access the same project. And this is also unlockable content for one of the collectors named Easy, the Phoenix Omotail Lunar piece I showed you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so these serve as unlockable content for collectors as well as also things that anyone can go to. I made him a wearable as well.
Wonderful. Super cool. Well, get back to me after you check out Doing Good, because I think it's gonna make you smile so big and you're gonna be very happy.
Awesome. I definitely will.
And also
Are you
check
guys? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But